Good morning and welcome to the lovely Times Square Casino on Main and the magnificent Maslow Hotel. This is our Sunbet poker tour, the first stop in this tour for the year. It's been announced we've got a wonderful tour coming for the year, sponsored by Sunbet and Sun International, hosted by Monster Jam Poker, brought to you by Cardstream. We are looking forward to a wonderful conclusion to the main event. We are down to 30 players playing for that prize pool of 6.3 million. The bubble was burst last night. Top 50 players got paid because we had 501 entries, which is absolutely magnificent. The prize pool of 5 million was blown out the water. There's 2 million for first, 1 million for second, 700K for third, and it goes down from there. So what a magnificent prize pool. What a magnificent event. If you walk into the poker room, everybody has been blown away by the professional look. They think it's like walking into a room at Vegas. So we've had an incredible series here. This is day 10. It's our last day of the series. This is our blue ribbon event. And we're bringing you a very interesting feature table. In seat 1 there you'll see Ganesh Paitha, the good doc. In seat 2 is the gentleman, Mr. Harold Brooks. In seat 3 is Gordon Patterson, DSTV Gordon to us. In seat 4 is Amant Olivier. In seat 5 is Manish Singh. Seat 6 is Steve Courtney, and in seat 7, Jay Baum. So we're going to have a very interesting table here. But everywhere, there's quite a few chip stacks around the million. Manish Singh is lying fourth or fifth in chips. Kanish Paithe is lying fourth, so they're both just under the million. So we're looking forward to an exciting day of poker. So Siko, our dealer, is going to shuffle up and deal. Gordon Patterson will be our under-the-gun player. And it's Ray Adam that's in seat 8. The chip counts for you. Kanish Paitha, seat 1, 977,000. Harold Brooks, seat 2, 437,000.
Yes.
Gordon Patterson's the short stack at the table, 269,000. Amant Olivier, seat 4, 450,000. Manish Singh, 960,000. Stephen Courtney in seat 6, 641,000. Jay Baum, 417,000. And Ray Adam, 884,000. And Ray provided some great excitement right at the end last night. He surprised our visiting commentator and George Sanford. The way he was moving, shaking, he calls him the man with a bag of tricks. And he dominated those last few hands when everybody was shutting down. He took advantage of that and chipped up quite nicely.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Gary, and welcome back from Briefing the Table.
It is day 3 of the main event. We are paying for 2 million up top. Unbelievable. What a privilege it is to be here doing the commentary on this, ground-setting event. One of many to come. So pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, and Gordon Patterson hasn't wasted any time. First hand, he's all in. He was under the gun. He was going to be in the blinds next, and Harold gives it up, and Gordon will take down the first hand.
Welcome to day 3 of the main event here at the Sunbet Poker Tour at Times Square. Tensions are high. We are down to 30 players. We got into the money last night with our top 50 places receiving money. Today we fight it out for the big title. And of course, those 2 big prizes up top, the guaranteed 2 million rand for first and 1 million rand for second. Who will the trophy winner be? Stay tuned to all the live action right here on the stream, and we will catch up with you guys a bit later.
Thank you to the beautiful Caitlin. How she looks so fresh after 14 days, I have no idea.
Yeah, still full of life and bubbly as always.
These youngsters of today. So GP got that through, and Almond left the picture here. Will be our under-the-gun player for hand number 2 of the day. So action stations already.
He'll fold that from early position, no doubt. Manish is a quick folder, as is Stephen Courtney. Jay has folded. It's round to Ray Adam.
Raise.
And he raises.
It's in 5,000.
Ray will be very aggressive using position. And he'll get that raise through.
So there we go. There's our runners and riders. Manish is an Indian national, but I think he has permanent residence here now.
Yes, sir.
But Gordon Patterson with a small stack here, obviously making moves early, and rightly
Right
so.
side of his box, no?
30 players left in. And
How do you know?
we can
This guy.
show you through the payouts later.
How do you know what they say?
Catching up with a few of the players this morning, they all say it's that long grind down to the top 10 because there's very
You know
little
that
pay jumps
something that you don't know.
until
You-
then. There's just a 20k difference between 50th and 11th.
Yeah, so I sat next to Steve Courtney here at one of those day one, day two free rolls, just for 10 minutes. I've never met Steve before, and he said to me, Gary, I'm going to be on the feature table, and I'm going to be there for the final day. And he just said to me, remember the comment? I said, I remember it vividly. And welcome, congratulations,
24,
a relatively unknown player to us. But he's here, he's made it, and we like those stories.
100%, Gary. It shows you anybody can come down, win a seat into the event,
Raise.
and go deep if things go
70,000.
their way and they focus and pick their spots correctly. And have a slice of luck along the way.
Yeah, absolutely, and good for him. So Ray Adam wearing his trademark shirts, the motor car and products-based shirts. He loves those, and a bit of a trademark for Ray. So Steve has raised this up to 70. Though, as I say, I don't know much about him. I mean, he seemed to be acquitting himself well in the free roll, but there's a vast difference between free rolling and actually playing on a feature table. So JP and Henny in the background, Kings of the Baldies. I believe there's another event today, a freeze out, so I'm sure JP's here to spend some of his well-earned winnings.
Yeah, they've got a 3K semi-freeze going on that starts at 10 o'clock.
Well, one assumes it started. Yes,
Yeah.
there's a clock running in the background there.
And then, Gary, the turbo event, the 4K turbo event last night was won by the first lady winner of the series, Nolene Kemp.
Nolene Kemp, indeed. They did a deal, but she took the honours. And Rudy, ever the gentleman there. I was stood watching that game for quite a long time while the others were commentating in here. And Amstel was out in fourth, and Cornelius was in third. So, yeah, well played to her.
Yeah, and Rudy and her go back a long way. They're part of the Bloemfontein crowd. That is Johan Kemp's good lady. So, yeah.
The nice thing was when Amstel went out, and I said to her, I said, you're third, you're guaranteed nearly 50,000. She said, really? I had no idea what the prizes were. I mean, that's just beautiful, you know. It wasn't about the prizes for her.
No,
She was just enjoying the fun and having a laugh with friend Rudolph. But back to the action here, because looks like Ray Adam has picked himself up a nice hand.
Raise.
He's going to raise
Raise.
under the gun +2.
It's in 5,000.
And trust me, Ray's not here just to place in this event. He's here to win it, and he will be aggressive.
It's in 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Gordon Sanford called him the man with a bag of tricks.
Yeah. So George might come back and visit us this morning. We'll see. Depends how late he got to bed, shall we say.
And Gordy's looking for spots. He's trying to think, have I got enough fold equity if I jam this in? But he also knows your customer. Ray's not someone that's going to fold easily once he's put chips in the middle.
Armand with a pair on his left also, just the ducks, but he's already committed some chips in the small blind.
And he has a bigger stack than Gordy. And he also is out the way.
Wisely gets rid of them. Manish in the big blinds. Could get a bit sticky with the big blinds here. 50,000 to call, 900 odd behind, so Manish might fancy defending his big here, but the book would tell you to get rid of it, but I know Manish would like to defend, and of course he does.
Yeah, there are those players that are sticky over their blinds, and Manish is one of them.
And you know, Manish doesn't mind floating as well. So 3 king 4 2 clubs. So Manish has picked up himself a nice little draw here with the clubs. 7 still ahead.
Check.
Ray is going to continue. And we're going to see now whether Manish takes the
120.
aggressive line check raising or whether he's going to just flat this off.
Right, so Ray's picked up that Manish is probably on a draw here, and he's going to make him pay for the draw. So he's put in 120 into the pot, which is now took the pot up to 306. So 2.5 to 1 is money essentially. Now, as we spoke about yesterday, Manish is an actuary, and numbers will be whizzing around in his head. Is what he does day in, day out. He will be assessing the risk, and we'll see what he thinks. What would you do, Mark?
I would have check raised already,
Call.
but that's the play that I do. I'm going to take on a very aggressive
I think
line.
they're more interested in now the Queen has come, which has helped Manish, of course. I think they're also interested in staying in to get the 2 million, you know.
Absolutely, I agree, but that's the point. If you put the other man to the test for his chips, he's also going to be wanting to get there to the 2 million. Manish checks now. Now Manish is well in front.
150. 150 bet.
So this is developing into a significant pot in terms of this table. Manish is wondering whether or not he's got him on the king here, the overpair, or the ace king. And Manish has made the decision. I'm still ahead,
Call.
or I am ahead, should I say. Let's see what the river brings. Spade draw gets there, so there's something to be repped. Martin Moon in the background. Morning champ, as he would say. He's come up to see Harold. Checks it back, and Manish will take the pot down.
Manish takes it down. And he turned over immediately. It's like he knew he was ahead. Ray shakes his head, and that is a significant pot for Manish.
Manish picks up 557,000 in profit in that hand. And that's a big move on this table first thing this morning.
Especially against Ray, who's the very aggressive player on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Manish raking in the chips. I had a nice chat with him last night. Obviously, he's well known to yourself and me. We play a little home game together.
So young J Bomb is under the gun. Hacklebrook J, as I call him. Like a Hacklebrook reunion yesterday with Gordon Patterson there, myself and Ricky Zandler and Sandy
Don't lie,
Clark,
man,
and all those. Beautiful venue. Pity we don't play there anymore.
Yeah, it was very nice to play there. I played there a couple of times. It was a far schlep for me from where I come from.
Yeah, I
Where
mean,
it
for
was.
me it's Santon, so it's easy for me.
Yeah, it wasn't just the distance, it was also how to get there. It was very windy and difficult to get there for me.
One of the nicer venues I've played poker at. So Harold in the hijack, get rid of that. Harold's sitting on 377, so not in the best of shape. Blinds are at 12,000, 24,000, 24,000 in the big blind. And
Yo, baby.
Gordon decides this is the moment. Gets it in early.
Gets that through.
Jay taps the table. And Jay and Gordon will know each other very, very well.
Yeah, I went through to Hacklebrook only a few times. The one time I get heads up with a young kid called Solly. He says, maybe you know my older brother. I'm like, I think so. Jared Solomon's brother. Plays a very reckless style of poker compared to Jared. But has great fun, loves the game too.
Good for him. So we're down to 30 players. places 26 to 30 get paid 30,000, so they're all guaranteed 30,000. There's a pay jump to 32,000. Sorry, 30th place to 26 is 30,000. So yeah, 28,000. Then a pay jump of 2,000, and then not really getting too jumpy in the pay jumps until we get up to 10th place, where it's 60k. And of course, the money up top has been well advertised for a significant amount of time. Okay, Kinesh, our resident dentist, is folded. Round to Harold Brooks with a suited ace. And nice cards, early position. That's the problem.
And Harold plays position very well, Gary. He doesn't get married to the hand. He looks at the position, how many players he's got to get through.
Gordon's deciding whether or not this is strong enough holdings to get it in. He's in the hijack, so cuts off button and the 2 blinds to get through.
But it's Ray Adams' big blind, and that factors.
Raise 60,000.
So that'll look actually quite strong because Gordon's been shoving quite a lot. It'll look like he's thrown the hook in the water once to get a customer.
Absolutely, with his stack. Oh, it's actually Jay's big blind, not Ray's big blind. So
Call.
Steve Courtney decides to call.
let's have a look what Steve's called with there. And the king 9, so Gordon would be very happy if he knew that.
Domination Nation.
And he hits top pair as well, Gary.
No, are we right that 7-2 Armand called? No, Armand folded his 7-2, so there's only 2 players in the hand.
Yo, baby.
Gordon puts it in top pair, second best kicker, and Steve can't argue with that one.
No.
And a little gain of 168,000 for Gordon, and he'll continue to head in the right direction.
Yeah, Gordon started on 269. He's already spun it up to 497 in the first few hands this morning. I spoke to him this morning and he said, you'll see a different Gordon tonight. I was tired last night. I should have made a few spots. There were a few that I missed. He says, I'm definitely going to take them today.
Okay, Ganesh, under a picture there, blue hat, will be under the gun. Our first to act player. I suspect Ganesh won't play these from under the gun.
Yeah, he likes the look of them, but he's looking around now. It's very early position.
But once again, you know, he's here to win, you know, so...
He's going to play it.
Raise 60,000.
60k is the raise, 24 is the big blind, so just under 3x. Gordon 10-5. Armand has King Queen. You might fancy a piece of this in the hijack, reasonably late position. Ray Bitton, my favourite player in the background there. I have to say that all the time though, because he says I don't like him.
We spoke about it on the way out. He was walking out.
No, I gave him a hug this morning and told him how wonderful he was. Roy and I go back, of course. So it's just a bit of fun. All right, so the raise to 60. Armand has smooth called this, so everybody else has got out of the way. So the early raise will be first to act here, and we'll go 2 ways to the flop. And straight away, both of them get a piece. The 9 for Ganesh and the king for Armand.
Yeah, so the Doc in a bit of trouble here. He's only got two outs. He's first to speak. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so he's hit a piece of it. He's going to continue, I think.
So that's a keep me in bet.
65.
Yep, he's still under control here. He doesn't want to give the betting lead away, but at the same time, he doesn't want to overcommit too many chips. And I think He's not going
Call.
to get his way, or is he? He has called.
Oh,
That's a raise. I thought it was a raise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a raise.
Yeah, so Almond's not going to take the control
it?
of it.
no, that must be 120. Yeah, but it's more than 50%. Yeah.
The dealer is right. Let him
but
do his
it will
job.
be standard raise. Yeah, we'll make it. Yeah, min raise. No. Yeah. But the thing is, I didn't see because it's plastic. You know.
So the min raise will have to be 130 because the raise was
Yeah.
65.
It's 130 raise.
130 is the raise.
I couldn't see it because, yeah.
That'll keep docking because it's just the min click.
Yeah, and I'm not meant to raise. Just didn't put
Call.
sufficient chips in. The rule requires if you put more than 50% of the required raise in, then you have to raise. If it's less, then you'll be held to just a call.
Dock checks. And that'll go all in.
All in.
That should end the hand.
Yep. There's enough cheddar in there now. Doc's asking for a count.
Yes, sir. It's 200 on the dot. No, it's 200. Yeah.
If he doesn't put him on a king, he can call here, but the way it's played, I mean, it just shouts king.
It does.
The story makes sense.
Yeah. He called pre-flop and then he check raised. Oh, well, he didn't check raise. He raised the flop, min clicked it, and he's jammed the turn.
And Doc will fold this. I must say, Harold is always so nicely dressed. He's got some lovely shirts.
It does look rather spiffy there.
Yep. Every day you see him with a different shirt, but always so smart. You know, us old people, we got some standards, you know. So Doc in the tank here. That's a minute of ticking. Let's see where he gets to.
There should be 650s here. There should be 650s, no? But where is the other one? Oh, okay. That's why. No, I'm thinking there should be 650s, but I don't see the other one.
Doc taps the table and folds.
Yep, and it's the right decision. Story made sense. 250,000 chips will head across the table to Armand in terms of profit. And he's done very well there to pick up there. So Manish has managed to get himself spun up. Armand's has spun it up. And Gordon is chipping away also in the right direction. So nice play from those players. And
Gary, but with the way the blinds are now, the swings can be quick and immense. 60K in the pot pre-flop now.
No, it's right. It's right. It was over 50%. Yeah. Yeah.
Harold
115
under
was
the gun.
bit
yeah,
negative.
so
It was
Harold needs to
just
make
you
a
have
few
to
moves.
balance up to 130. It was right.
Yep, this is a premium hand for Harold.
Ollie.
It'll be a, I'm going to say, going to be a shove here. Needs to see all 5. presents his chips to everybody, shows them how much he's got behind, to the total of 377,000. And those with aces and kings may apply only. And Ganesh will give this up. There's a little bit of posturing from Ganesh in terms of his giving up his big blind, but he'll know that he can't call this amount with his holdings.
Yeah, it's more about don't shove into my big blind.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Because I will consider it, even if it's a big amount.
Yep.
Three. 3-7. 3-7-7.
Ganesh makes the fold. You're trying to stack the chips nicely to give back to Harold.
Yeah, give them to Harold, he'll stack them. I'm sure he won't mind. And we're playing for 2 million today. Second place is 1 million. So we're going to make a couple of millionaires today. And what are they playing for? They're playing for that lovely piece of crystal. And they're playing for 2 million South African rounds. Beautiful. That'd be nice on your mantelpiece with a check for 2 million.
I think so, Gaz. So Gordon Patterson will be under the gun. He's making moves this morning like he said he would.
Not with 10-4 he won't be.
No.
Hmm. 10-4, 10-4.
State Trooper's hand. Yeah, look at Ray at his best. 5 deuce.
Raise. 5,000.
Haven't done all that nonsense. He's on the button. 2 difficult blinds to get through though.
Yeah, 2 tough blinds, and I think there's going to be his first caller. If not
he
re-raise,
raise, yeah, I don't think he's going to call. Especially with Harold on his left.
Call.
Oh wow, smooths it off. Harold's all in.
All in.
Yep.
Pocket jiggities.
That was always going to happen. Ray will have to fold. He'll have live cards, as you think, but he's going to fold. Yep. Round to Ganesh, and Ganesh will not be happy about it, I'm pretty sure. But he'll know Harold's game. This will be the second hand in a row that Ganesh has had to surrender chips, and he won't be happy about it, but he knows the game.
We've been on for nearly half an hour already. Harold shows him the pocket jacks when he folds.
Yeah, just get yourself a bit of credibility there. That's what that's about. the stream will be up shortly. Within minutes, I would have thought. It's just turning 10:30, so we'll go back and have a look at that. Don't forget to go log on to all our videos. If there's anything that you're missing or you want, feel free to give us a call, and we'll be only too pleased to try and help you out. So 2 million up top, 1 million second place, third prize 700,000, fourth 400, fifth 300, sixth 250,000. Jeepers. Loads of money.
Yeah, I mean, sixth prize is playing what a decent sized tournament used to pay.
Yep.
Raise.
So Steve Courtney's woke up with aces
55,000.
here. He just raised it up a little bit. 55.
Looking for a customer.
Run to Kanish.
You may find one there on the button.
Queen Jack again. You'll know that Steve's been pretty quiet here. I mean, this is really Steve's real sort of step into the fray. Looks like he's going to flat it off and see if he can make something on make something happen on the flop. So over to, that's a call, over to Harold Brooks.
Harold looks interested.
Harold with ace-8 of diamonds.
And Gordon with 6 deuce of diamonds is going to look that he's got a call 31,213. He doesn't have a huge stack though. So that is going to factor there. And he lets it go. So they're all just over 500,000 chips. Kanish just under 600,000.
Well, there's only one ace floating around out there. So nobody's found that, and no help for any of the players really. There's 2 hearts of war, but nobody has any hearts.
Yeah, so I fancy the aces will continue here and get it done.
Yeah, 200 odd in the pot, so 120 I think is about right.
70,000.
70,000, that's quite small. Enough though to get rid of them. And well done to Steve, he'll pick up his first pot of the day. And 158,000 of profit for his troubles. So well done to Steve Courtney. Like I said, don't really know very much about Steve. Sat next to him in a free roll for a little while. Also was wasting some time between streams. And he's just delighted to be on the feature table. Absolutely delighted. I think I picked up maybe a bit of nervousness this morning. I said to him, after you played 3 hands, it's it all disappears as poker.
Yeah, I think you were just feeding your FOMO when you were going down there and spinning it around in the field of free rolls.
Yeah. I mean, just to make up the number. If they're going to give me a stack of chips for free, we're going to try and boost the pot a bit, you know. So yeah, that's just a bit of fun. I get to play plenty of poker, so. And this is study time for me.
If we look at that out at the furthest pit, that semi-freeze is starting to fill up quite nicely. Quite a few tables there.
Yeah, I actually don't even know how much it is to enter that, but
I think it's a 3K, guess.
Yes, there you go. So I'm going to have a punt for 3K. I suspect the normal suspects will be on the second or third bullet by now. Dave approaches the table. Looks like we're balancing and we're going to lose somebody. So whoever's the next big blind.
Raise 60,000.
Dave patrolling behind. Sojourning around the pit.
I believe Manish is is the next big blind.
Yeah. Harold's on the button, so yeah, Manish will be the next big blind.
Wandering around there in the background. Comes up to the stage now.
We call it lurking.
Lurking.
He's a lurker.
Want to get his cup of joe.
When I was a kid growing up in the United Kingdom, the police used to say you are loitering. And it was a crime to loiter with intent. I could never work out how they proved we had any intent. It's not like we were carrying 6 shooters and crowbars going prepared to rob
Manish
houses.
is off. Manish is
You are
off.
loitering with intent. What, intent
Sit
to
five,
breathe,
sit five, it's
intent to
out.
walk? But of course, in my day, you didn't cheat the policeman because you
No.
just clip you around the ear.
A little different back then.
And I remember the revelation of having an underground subway under the road outside our house or along the way. And all of a sudden we had somewhere to play soccer. The subway. And my father, being the naval officer that he was, and,
Manish, yeah, sit 5 is out.
he caught us
Yeah.
playing soccer in the subway, so he took us all the way to the police station, made them lock us up. So I was like 12 and I was in a cell. And this big hairy policeman came in and gave me the
Sit-3, yeah.
almighty telling off of how I was vandalising and all that. I never played football in
No,
the
6
subway
is
again,
a big
by the way.
line.
I don't think so, guys.
It kind of did the trick.
Lesson learnt.
Yeah, how things have changed, eh? It'd be nice to get the kids out of the house and away from clicking buttons.
Yeah, please go and play in the subway.
Yeah, but don't kick the ball in the subway.
No, I don't know.
for goodness sake. How things have changed. So welcome to everybody out there in internet land. The stream has just gone live, so you'll hear this in about a half an hour. But give us a shout out. Let us know what you're up to today. You know, if you're a Crystal Palace fan, well then, you know, we're all celebrating. And where are you watching from? You know, what are your expectations? Who's your favourite player? Who are you rooting for? And why are you not here? That's the most important thing. All right, so back to the action. Anand is our small blind here. So we've already been around and this pot is limp to here. So did he just give Steve Courtney a walk?
He did.
My word. Poker players today, far too generous.
With a king.
So Jay is 14 bigs, approaching the danger zone. Gordon still having to move and shake, and Ray down there with 19. And they'll go away very, very quickly with the big blind ante and the big blind. So, you know, it's time to move.
So Ray Adam there in the background will be the under the gun player.
There's only one life, just so everyone knows you can have one life at any time. But I'm afraid it is only one life, one re-entry. So starting stack plus the one life. If you do a second one and we climb it, you will be eliminated from the tournament and lose all monies.
So Ray with suited connectors here. What's the bet?
This is lumped in.
He's just called.
No, it's a call, yeah.
Okay, it is just a call. So Jack 6 off in the hijack. They're gone. Gordon, that's still go in. His money will go in here with the ace jack. Yep.
There it goes.
Ball in.
King.
Alman has got a hand here, but he's conscious that he got the small, the big, and the original, the limper in the corner. Limper being Ray. He folds, and I think that's a shrewd fold, to be honest. Steve folds as well. He's far too happy up here. Jay hasn't had any cards at all this morning, so he will also fold. Back round to Ray. And Ray, little squint there. What's going on? Am I going to just call this, or what am I going to do? Nope, he's going to give it up. And Gordon's reputation will have served him well there.
Yes, definitely. They'll know that he's putting it in with a big hand there. And they would suspect bigger than ace jack.
So Gordon looking a bit shy today. Doesn't want to give us a shot of his face. So we'll look at the lion on his hat. And Gordon has been assisting us with the setup in the back here and the fault finding. So shout out to Gordon for all his assistance and expertise. I still have him saved on my phone as DSTV Gordon, and that's a few years ago. Yeah, Gordon DSTV engineer. He has risen from those low-level appointments, you know, in the dizzy heights of being in charge of people. I don't know if that was a wise decision, though, giving him people to be in charge of. Just kidding, Gordy. Okay, the dock is Queen 6 here, under the gun. Round to Harold. Harold with the aces here. He'll take his time and think about it. What do you think, Mark? He'll raise this rather than Hoyden.
Yeah, he'll raise it, and if we know Harold, it'll probably be over 60k that he puts in there.
Yeah, well, he wants to thin the field, but he also wants to make customers. So
There's 60 in the pot, but Harold
Raise.
will go over that.
no, for sure.
74,000.
Yep, 74k.
Fold.
One with king 8 off, nothing to fight with.
And the
Fold.
muck. Steve gets out of the way. PDQ. Right to Jay, who still hasn't picked up a hand.
Harold gets that through. Let's see if Harold will show his aces. No, he doesn't. Into the muck.
No customers. And Harold got a good reputation.
Harold's moving in the right direction this morning as well. Up to 592,000 now. Started 437 just a short while back. And we had a shot there in the background of Rex. Rex shoes the overnight short stack. He had 186. He was the shortest stack left of the
Was he on his
50
feet or was he at the table?
He was still in at the table there.
Fold.
Wooden with the Cowboys now, Gary.
Yep. I mean, the money's going to go in, whether it's a portion of it or it's all of it. It looks like he's going to go fishing for customers.
Raise. 65,000.
Looking for customers.
Fold.
He's found one.
Call.
Jay's trend of no cards continues.
He hasn't had anything to play yet this morning.
Ray Adam folds.
On to Kanesh in the big.
Jack 7's not going to get involved.
Fold.
So Steve looking for this elusive ace on the flop, and we'll go to the flop cam. 10-10-8. No real help. Gordon should bet this. Pot's 190, so I mean minimum half pot here.
Checker, checker.
He wants to try and induce a bet.
And he's going to get it.
75,000.
I think he's milked the last little bit he'll get out of it because
Well, the rainbow flop, he can also put him on the 10. I mean, you know, but I don't think he's going away. Premium cards. Nice shot by the camera guys there of the two players in the hand.
Steve focused intently on Gordon. Gordon sizing bet here. Let's see where the raise comes to.
Call.
It's a call.
Just flat calls.
Go back to the flop cam. Six of spades. Not really a worry card for anybody.
It brings extra outs for Steven. He can
Yeah,
now
but
make-
certainly not a worry card for Gordon.
No. But it will maybe interest Steven a little bit better. He's got a gut shot now.
Check.
Gordon checks again.
100.
He's telling the story to Gordon that I've got that 10.
Well, I have no version of Gordon folding here.
No, but Steven's trying to make the story that he's got the 10.
Yeah,
He's-
for sure, for sure.
He's bet the flop, he's bet the turn when it's checked to him.
But he called pre-flop, so that what tens is Gordon giving him is the question, I suppose. I mean, and he can give him the ace 10, the king 10 there.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
The hammer goes
Little
in
baby.
the middle in the hand.
And the fact that Steve has hesitated, Gordon now knows he doesn't have the 10, for sure.
And there's the right smile.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
tried.
And these are going amok. That'll
Yeah.
be the end of the hand.
Yeah, I can't see him calling her.
Doesn't matter. Stack to pot ratio, he's been caught, he's got nothing to fight with. He's not calling that amount off with a gut shot.
It's a significant pot for Gordon because there's now
yeah.
821,000 in that pot.
And I think max value there for Gordon, and well
Yeah.
played, and unlucky to Steve. It was a valiant effort to defend and try and tell a story.
Yeah.
And there we go. Gordon has achieved his aim. He's got about 800,000 now.
Yeah, just over 800,000. So well played, Gordon. He's,
Indeed, you may wear the Lion's hat today.
Yeah. So Gordon will be under the gun. There is Rex in the forefront. There's Mariette Language still. Max Devison. He had a big stack.
Yeah, he was well up there yesterday.
Robert LaRue still in, or Bobzo the Jock.
So coming up to local time 10:47 here, so 3/4 of the way through the first level. We will be playing until a winner today, so we can't give you a level number. Albeit later in the day we will probably set a time and we'll take the unders and the overs. I'm currently on the over for 10 o'clock tonight. That's where I am.
With the chips, amount of chips in
That's
play.
that's my current estimate, but those things are subject to change is the caveat I would put in place there.
Yeah, there are just over 20 million chips in play.
Okay, so Ganesh ace 10 here in the small blind. He'll be looking to steal a very difficult blind to steal, which is Harold Brooks's thing, but he's got good holdings, so we'll raise this up to about 70.
Raise. 64.
And up to Harold whether he wants to defend his big blind. Looks like Harold is going to give this up. Nope.
Stays true to form. Tough to take his blind.
I mean, and you know, Harold doesn't get pushed around, everybody knows that. But reasonable holdings. I mean, Ganesh binks the ace here, so there's not a lot of action left in his hand unless Ganesh decides to get a little bit tricky and just check this back to Harold. But Harold's a wise player. We'll see. Actually, formidable opponents, the two of them.
Both notorious defenders of their blinds.
Notorious, no less, Mark.
Yeah.
Notorious. We've obviously we've been doing the
5,000.
thesaurus work overnight. And bet fold, tap of the table, ever sporting Harold Brooks, and Ganesh will pick up 88,000 for his trouble.
So Ganesh will take that hand in the blinds. So Mont will be out under the gun player.
So hand number 17 of the day. Remember this moment when I say hand number 117 of the day. Ace Jack for Almond. I think we're going to see a bet here. Looks looks like the stock standard between 60 and 70, Emma.
Been thereabouts, guys. Some have gone just over 70. That looks like more than 70 as well.
Yeah.
Race
Thinning the
85,000.
Thinning the field.
85k. It's quite a big raise.
Jay, no cards. In fact, Jay may as well just go home and come back in a couple of hours when his run bad's gone. Shame. But he's very patient. He's an accomplished young player, so Jay will not be stupid to the fact that patience, position, and not limping are key facets to going far. But at the same time, he'll be conscious the blind's increasing, and he doesn't have a lot of money to spend in that region.
So Gordon with a decision, yeah? Because of the size of the raise, he's not going to defend. I think a smaller raise there, Gordon would be defending with the ace-8.
Yeah, quite possibly. Gordon getting plenty of TV time today. I think he's been paying Jake to put him on the telly. So Stephen Courtney will be our under-the-gun player. All very serious game faces today, Mark. No banter at the table as yet.
Yeah, very
Mind you, the
little.
comedian's left, Manish, so Manish, a very dry, humoured man, sends me some belter jokes.
Yeah, all the players at the table are of the quieter nature, so you don't have any talkative people at the table.
Yeah, where's Roy Bitton and Mike Clacker?
They are in the pit in the outer tables.
Yeah, things here for Steve, so he'll follow the standard raising pattern, I'm sure.
48 minimum.
Did he say 48?
Race 48,000.
Okay, so min click, Ray shoves
Oh,
it in,
baby.
and he's happy to see that. Maybe that's why he did it. Maybe he saw Ray twitching for the
Yeah.
chips. I mean, obviously he's not going to fold. What's Almond got here? Has he got any fights in him? Not really
Fold.
with Queen 3. 7-2.
Yeah, Gordy had the Queen 3.
Oh, Gordon had the Queen 3, right. So,
Asking for the
Just
count.
take the 48.
asking for a count. Ooh, he's going to get some flack here. Asking for a count with kings.
I think 332.
Calls.
332. Okay.
Ray taps the table already. But he has to fade that dreaded ace. Ace-8 is all in. He is at risk.
There's
Oh,
a
there's
king for a
ki-
set,
oh, and an
there's
ace.
an ace.
And
Money
an
would have
eight.
gone in.
Ooh.
Money would have gone in.
So 2 outs for Ray still. 2 no good. The 5 no good. And
Ray sees that flop, his money goes in anyhow.
yeah, the money would have gone in on the flop regardless.
And we will lose Ray Adam from the feature table.
Stephen Courtney chips up very nicely. There's a big pot.
Right, I'm just popping for a natural break here, Mark. I'll be back shortly.
Open. Are you? Oh,
So
yeah.
Jay under the gun, still looking for a hand this morning. Been very
Open.
patient. So Steve Courtney still stacking up his chips. So a couple of significant movers on the table this morning. Harold has chipped up a little. Gordon's moved up quite a lot. And Steve Courtney obviously has made a significant move now. He got full value with the kings. Gordon got good value with the kings previously. So the Cowboys doing the job on the table this morning. So Jay's lack of cards continues. He folds under the gun. Now he's being patient now, but to the point it starts getting very frustrating because you're watching your chip stack dwindle. And you don't want to get blinded out, and then he's going to have to be forced to make a move that he doesn't want to. Harold in the cutoff decides to raise it up.
Raise.
He raises.
Send 4,000.
Gordon folds. Round to Amont. Amont with pocket sevens has a decision to make now if he's going to make a 3-bet or if he's going to flat this off out of the blinds. It looks like he's just carved out a call.
Call.
Steve Courtney in the big blind. He's getting a good price, but he just doesn't want to get involved with a 4-3. Darren Kramer holding court with Imran and Roy Button. So pocket 7 still ahead, but now the problem with having flatted 7s in the blinds is just any C-bet you bring, there are 2 overcards to you and it's in the range of a razor. So now you have to see, are you going to peel 1 and see? Depends on how expensive Harold makes it.
104.
It goes in fairly heavy. Yeah, bet fold. Well played, Harold. There are the outer tables, the players still in. We have 4 tables left. We have the feature table and 3 tables down in that pit, and in the far pit there is the 1 life, the 3K 1 life tournament. There's Michael Clacker sitting with a decent stack. Imran Bayani, Roy Button, all had chips overnight. So we'll move on to the next hand, and Jay is now in the big blind. Gary is bringing news from the outer tables that we are down to 25 players now. So we've lost 5 players this morning. We lost 1 off the feature table and they've lost 4 on the outer tables.
And about 4 minutes to go on the level.
So in the first level, we've lost 5 of the 30 players. Harold is folded. Around to Gordon on the hijack.
Fold.
Gordon folds, Amont folds. Oh, Amont hasn't folded. It looked like he did the motion and then put them back, and now he's looking at chips, so he's most definitely not folding. Action is on Amont. He's got ace-5 of clubs on the button.
Raise.
In the raise.
88,000.
Steve Courtney folds and stands up from the table, and Jay gives up his big blind.
88.
And as I said, Jay hasn't had anything, and his chip stack is dwindling. He's going to be looking for a spot. He does not want to get blinded out. He's down to 10 bigs.
And the blinds are just about to go up.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have too many plays left now, getting down to 10 bigs. It's going to be an all-in or fold.
2 minutes and 25 seconds to the end of the level.
And there's Leonard Wilkin, his good lady railing him there. He also had over 1 million chips overnight. A recreational player that did extremely well at the Carnival Series.
Indeed he did. Jack 10 for Harold.
Fold.
Gordon decides not to make a move from the hijack. I think for a month in the cutoff.
Fold.
They will all be aware that Jay's looking for a spot to get it across the middle. That's the dynamic when there's a shorter stack to your left. Yes, you can put pressure on him, but you also know that at any point he's going
thinking
to be
about it here.
in. Yeah. Small blind versus big blind here, and he lets it go. And he probably would have got that one through, but you know, it's so easy when you sit up here.
So 9 bigs for Jay, and the beeper about to start beeping.
Yeah, and he's got a few free looks because he's on the button now, and then the big blind will approach him again. Here's Michael Clacker. There's no introduction to South African poker players after his tremendous performance in that WSOP online, winning a bracelet.
Okay, hand 22 of the day. And the blinds will be up shortly.
Raise.
Gordon raises with the pocket
60.
fours.
Lines up next hand. 50.
So raising up with the Star Wars hand, the Darth Vader version, the two black ones.
Yeah, next hand. 1530. Yeah, the raise 60,000.
Jay folds. Action on Ganesh.
Here we go.
Here's action.
This will be re-raised. Gordon won't be getting too fruity with pocket fours, trust me.
No, he won't be married to those at all.
I'm still going to get through Harold Brooks here. I know Harold's got Jack 7.
So Ganesh
All in.
took an there he goes.
Yeah, Ganesh is all in,
It's
not a
all
call.
Gordon asking for the count, but that's
Academic.
yeah,
350 green.
posturing.
He was asking the green.
It's I didn't raise with junk from early on.
Aces or kings apply. The remainder, you can have the rest of the time off. Okay, the blinds will be up this hand.
Yeah, 1530.
I think they're 15-30 with a big blind ante of 30. Harold puts in the 15,000 for the small blind. So Mount under the gun. Three more free looks for Jay. This one and two more. You can see he throws his head skywards. He's really desperately looking for a hand. You can see the frustration there, Gary. He threw his head back, looked skywards.
The trouble is, the more frustrated you become, the more attractive Ace-Jack becomes. In fact, Ace-Jack is very attractive at this stage of the end.
I think any
But
two
certainly
pictures.
connect to cards and stuff, so.
think
Just smart enough not to make a mistake.
I think he's looking any two pictures now. Any pair, any two pictures, any ace.
Yeah, any ace. I mean, the charts is, for those familiar, will tell you that, but yeah. He has little or no fold equity, so he needs to hit a card.
Raise
Raises from the
80,000.
button. Round to Harold in the small blind. He'll let go of that. Gordon in the big blind. Got a raggedy ace. Depends on what he believes his Doc's raising the button with. Can I defend? Can I 3-bet here? Both those options going through Gordon's mind.
I think option 3, he'll give it up. Nope. Needs to
Call.
Let's see, he's looking for paint that's not a king. And doesn't find it. A 3 for Gordon.
Yeah, so if he believed that Ganesh was raising with a bigger ace, he'll feel a little bit happier now. He has hit.
Check.
Check, check.
Turn card was the 6 of diamonds.
So Gordon's still ahead here. He checks again. Ganesh
Check.
checks behind.
4 diamonds. 2 pair. No help at all for Ganesh. He's going to have to bluff at it. Gordon decides he'll take the initiative.
50,000.
That's more controlling as well.
Blocking bet.
And it depends what Ganesh can give Gordon. Remember, Gordon's in the big blind here, so Gordon's got all the 3s, all the 4s, and all the 6s, and all the 8s.
Absolutely. It's a very big blind friendly board.
Yeah, and sensibly gets away from it. It's only a small profit at 95 in the scheme of things, but very well played Gord Patterson there. And Ganesh, you just couldn't hit it. It happens.
Yeah, it's not just the plus 95, it's the fact that you're saving your big blind ante at, it's like
That's what I say, well played, you know.
double profit.
Money back with interest.
So Jay has this one and then the next one, so it's got 2 free looks and then he's going to be in the big blind. And then 2 more of those of these will go in the ante and the biggie. Jack 10 under the gun for Stephen, suited.
Very early position. Very attractive cards, but very early position.
Call.
So just limps in, shows a little bit of immaturity there in limping in early in the piece. Let's see how he fares. Ganesh with the ace jack will raise this up for sure in the cutoff, especially suited. And then of course if he does, then Steve is forced to either fold or call, you know. I don't like limping from early position, particularly this long, this well, heavy and deep in the tournament.
Yeah, I think the stage of limping hands is long past.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm a Jack 10 man, but I think I would have folded there.
Raise 90,000.
Because whatever you do, you're going to be asked a question somewhere along the line. So 2 clubs for Gordon here. Small blind, easy to give up. Armand in the big blind. Queen H.
There are recreational players that think of it differently, and they think, if I raise and I get re-raised, I have to fold. If I limp in and he raises, I can call that small raise what I would have invested anyway, and I get to see my flop.
Yeah, it's a bit arse about face for me. That
Yeah, I'm just saying recreational players, guys.
Yeah,
Fold.
yeah,
That's the thinking behind why they do it.
Call.
Yeah, so now he's forced to call.
Yeah.
So let's see. See if fortune favours the brave. At the moment, he's dominated, of course. Looking for some hearts and a 10.
Oh, he's found a great flop.
Well, that's not bad, is it, when you float with jeepers?
Up and down with a flush draw.
Oh, my word. That's, you know, monsters are us.
I mean, look at the percentages there, even though he's behind.
So, you know, for me, good for you. You floated, you got there, you know, and well done. So let's see what he's going to do now.
90.
Bet it.
90,000.
I think that flop was so strong he could have even had a check there.
So nothing doing at all for Kanish.
No, I can only give him
He said 70, but only didn't put enough in. Harold's asking if he
No, I
wants
gave him
discount.
89.99 at least.
Yeah, announced 90, put in 70.
Yeah. I'm afraid the verbal counts. Doesn't care what he puts in. If he announces it, he's got to put it in. That's how it is. So Ganesh has completely missed this flop, and to say that Steve has hit it is an understatement.
So his tactic has paid off.
What do we know about it, eh? What do we know?
And he will say the tactic worked. If he raised and got 3-bet, he would have had to fold. Now he's got to see his flop.
Yeah, we all took tactics and all the rest of it, but you know, will your tactic stand the test of time is the question.
That's the big one. And are the pros doing it?
And Ganesh will get rid of it wisely.
So nice game for Stephen.
Yeah, well done, Steve, well done.
And there's a shout out for Jay. Ray Thomas says, go Jay.
Well, Ray, he needs to go now because it's getting near that time.
He does. He has this last free look before the blinds are upon him again.
So Jay will be under the gun. So this is his last shot at a free look. And then he's into the expensive part of the game, the blinds.
Too blind.
Pocket threes for Jay, early position.
Any pair.
Yep, any pair's a good pair. Bosh.
Yo, baby.
Good luck, Jay. Let's see if you're going to get looked up.
And he might get
Ganesh gets out of the way.
All in.
the $1 million question now. Is he desperate and shoving, or is he being patient enough to wait for something big? He has been
Well,
quiet.
his reputation would suggest that he has been quiet, but also they will be conscious that he's in the blinds next.
Fold.
So just Armand
And then Steve Courtney to get
and
through.
then lastly but
Fold.
not least Steve Courtney, who has 7-5. So I think this will get through from Jay.
Yeah, this, and he'll be
Well done, young sir, and your rotation has just been paid for. Don't mix those chips up. You can put them straight back out in 2 sections. Well done. Jay has broken his cherry. Alert the media. Oh, we are the media.
and he had a little smile on his face there. I think he was relieved, Gary.
Yeah, good for him. He's a nice young man.
You know, finally to get a hand to play, get some blinds, buy a rotation. With a funky hairstyle and all.
Goes with the territories these days. Haircuts and funkiness. I remember the first time the barber asked me if I wanted gel on my hair. I was horrified. I thought jelly was stuff that you had in the fridge and you ate with your ice cream. And then he said, no, we've got wax also. I said, that's for candles.
I think my hairstyle nowadays is short back and sides with hardly anything on top.
Yeah, short back and laughed at, as I used to call it. So ace-9
Raise.
here for Kenneth.
60.
There's a raise coming for sure. Blind's currently at 15.30, 30 on the big blind ante, and just to keep your blind monitor going in your head, I know how much is in the middle from the outset.
Yeah, and the next level, I think, will be 2040.
Call.
Min clicked it there, and Jay lets it go. He called the min click of Ganesh, which was interesting with the ace queen.
All small cards.
Check.
Ganesh looking for a 9 at the moment. And picks up a few more outs here. King on the river's not going to help anybody. And Armand's ace high will win this unless he can get bet off it. We'll go check, check. Show the ace queen, and the ace queen will take that down.
Jay in the small blind now.
But, Jay has funds for that now.
Yes, he took the rotation, getting his jam through with the threes. So there's Rex still fighting away. He has not been one of the casualties of the day, even though he started as the shortest stack.
Yeah. So I've changed my sponsor for today. Lictagon throat lozenges. It says if you buy these, you get 5 free lozenges. And next time I go to the chemist, I'm just going to say, can I have the 5 free ones? I don't want the other ones. What do you think? Do you think they'll give them to me?
Yeah,
discount
try that one.
This says they're free. I'll have the free ones. I don't want to pay for them.
It says plus 5 free.
Oh, okay. Is that what it says? See?
All in the fine print, eh? It's not get 5 free, it says plus 5 free.
It's okay.
Right, so Harold under the gun.
I'm still
Let's
awake.
let go already. Gordon is going to be raising. Ace 8.
7. Raise.
Down to Mont. 10-9 suited.
I like a come along here. Cut off. I like a come along a little bit.
It's out the way.
It's because I like that hand, I suppose. But
Courtney, Jake's got nothing to fight with. So now there's a couple of free looks again. Ganesh in the big.
Call.
Makes the call. Three, 4, 6.
Check.
but he wishes he called with 10-9 of diamonds now.
Yeah, I think so, guys. And you did advocate the call?
There we go.
I would have liked the call from there as well. Wasn't a big raise.
Is that Howard Wilkins' wife in the background there?
That is Leonard Wilkins' wife in the
That's
background,
it.
railing,
Howard Leonard, that's it.
railing her good man.
I told him if he wins, he has to buy her a new house.
They travelled in from Alberton today.
Do they have visas and vaccination certificates?
Yeah, they're from the south.
Yeah, we don't want to be letting people into this area unless they've got the correct paperwork, you know. Nice close-up there of GP.
Gordon now will rep the jack. Check
50,000.
twice to him.
It's 50,000 bet. Yeah.
Ganesh peels one off.
So we don't actually know what's going on in Kanesh's hand, but we're going to find out soon enough, I'm sure.
There's no draws that I've got there. It's a flopped one and that's it. Nothing that developed further
Check.
on. He checks. So now it's whether Gordon gives up on the hand or has another stab on the river. He
Check.
checks behind.
So across to Kanesh. And he shows, I wonder if we can get a shot of that. Good.
Sorry? Which one? This one?
Ganesh has one, so he obviously hits.
Both of them.
5-6.
Is that good?
So the 6 was good for Kanesh.
Only flopped up and down.
was hoping for a bit of the flop.
You're welcome.
Coming all in.
Ganesh, I was hoping for a bit of a flop and I got it. He most certainly did. He flopped top pair with a up and down straight draw. And that's why he called the bet on the turn, even though Gordon ripped that jack. There's a nice overhead view. There is Leonard walking in the foreground next to Edgar and Tazana.
Small big.
Not as he paid. Today's king is queen.
No easy tables at this time.
No, everybody that's got here has fought the hard fight to get here.
Indeed.
Against you at ace king, we'll run out low.
Small blind top. Oh.
Hold it. Low. About 30.
Hold it round to Jay. His first
I
free
want,
look.
I want to enjoy
Button.
to see you. They put you on the rail for not, you know.
Got his cards in front of the box so we can't see.
All in.
Goes all in. Queen Jack of spades.
Good luck, young seller.
Reasonable hand to shove the button with. Pretty standard. And he'll get that one through and he buys his rotation again. So now it's to, if you can find another one, start making profit and chipping up. Jaeger Ness says, go Kinzo, take it down, brother. Kinzo is one of Doc's nicknames.
Next one. 20, 40, 40. Doing 25, 50, 50.
Sika busy shuffling up for the next deal. Right. Jay will be feeling a little bit better that he's got his second one through. Start getting more comfortable now, get less frantic. And frustrations will go out the window as well, and you start playing better poker. Not that he's played bad poker this morning, it just started getting very frustrating for him. King 5 now, he folds that. Ganesh on the button. Lets that go. Harold in the small blind. 9-3 of clubs. Gonna raise it. That's tough, Harold in the blinds.
Raise.
Pressure on the big blind.
80.
And he's got 6-3, so not much to fight back with. We'll be aware of what Harold's up to, but his holdings are very weak to fight back with. And he doesn't want to overcommit to it. Harold shows him 9-3. Gordon said you had me dominated.
He's not lying. So as you see, the blinds are on 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 on the big blind ante. So these stacks that are sitting in the 1, 2 and 300s are in bad shape.
So Ace-7 off suit under the gun. Steve Courtney. Folds, round to Jay.
All in.
Moves all in again. He's found his second hand of the rotation. Puts him into the box.
All in.
Pocket tens.
He might get looked up here by Kanish. Oh no, Kanish is folded already.
Yeah, it's 312,000. It's a big call with that. There's still a lot of players behind. Harold on the button though.
Definitely having to think about this, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's having a serious think
Yeah,
about
what a
it.
count, and it's almost equal.
And if it is almost equal...
No, it's not, it's not. No, Harold's got 551, my apologies. So Harold covers him and with 200 to spare.
No, I'm busy checking, brother. Okay. That's a small blind. Okay.
Harold.
All in. 10.
All in and called. Good luck to both.
Oh well.
He doesn't want to find his set now.
No, you know, I was going to say he doesn't want to find a 10. Just has to dodge some pain. Jay will double up.
Sure, and he'll be relieved. He gets a nice double up. And he's really moving in the right direction now.
Jay from Obscurity picks up 387 and it'll take him up to just under 700,000.
Leave Harold down the bottom with just over 200,000 left.
310. 312. Yeah.
Harold not scared to make the call.
Rest assured that Harold's also here to win. He'll not be interested in laddering.
This is 150, 250, 300, 312. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Nice sounded shout. Chips will go across to Jay, and he will feel a lot more confident in his day. Never understand that. The dealer stacks them all up in 20s and throws them over again.
Yeah.
I have no idea why you would do that. What's our secret when I see him? Do you just do it to annoy people? To slow the game down?
But I've never heard a poker player complaining that they have to stack chips.
No, quite. I mean, you know, it's one of my favourite things to do.
Big blind.
I'm very happy to do it.
Indeed.
Just be careful, his stack and Steve's stack. Here we go. You'll move them across, and we're starting to intermingle.
Intermingling.
Jay will get rid of that quickly. Where you would take notice is if he stopped stacking chips and played a hand. You would think, oh, he's really got something here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So a tactic used sometimes while stacking chips. Play a mediocre hand and you get a lot more credit.
All in.
All in was the cry from Mr. Harold Brooks.
Gordon has a decision to make. He's on the button. Still has two players behind though. That'll factor in whether he folds or calls. Yeah, I think if he was in the big blind, he'd probably call. From the button, it's a 50-50. As you'll know,
50,
Harold's range will be fairly wide shoving here.
239. 239. All in.
And Gordon moves into isolate. Now to Armand.
He could get rid of this.
He folds. Gordon, by moving all in, he folds that out. Steve Courtney folds, so we're back to the flop again. So Harold, for the second time in a short space of time, is in the middle. This time his tournament life is at risk. The super suited Robert Volconi. There's the ace. So now Harold looking for running cards. That's not it, and that will be
The end of Harold.
the end of Harold. And we bid farewell to
Ever the gentleman, handshakes all round, well
Yeah.
done, taps the table, and you'll see him in that freeze out or whatever in about 10 minutes.
yeah, well played, Harold. I mean, it's really
Yeah,
good
awesome.
showing.
Awesome. Always a pleasure to have Harold on the
He's
table.
been there and thereabouts in all the tournaments this whole week, Kerry. He's had a
And
few
look at
cashes.
Steve Courtney come over and greet Harold.
There we go,
and
and
Jay.
Jay. Yeah, because respect for Harold. I mean, he really is the gentleman.
And we give you a little round of applause in the back here, Mr.
Very much so, Mr. Brooks.
Well done, Mr. Brooks.
From everybody at the back, the whole tech team joined in on that.
Long may it continue. Okay, Mr. Patterson takes my mate Harold's chips. You better put them to good use. So the under the gun player, top right of your screen in the blue
Small bit.
hat. Ganesh Pather.
Down to 5 players on this feature table.
Yeah, we will see if we have any people coming in.
Gordon in the cutoff with ace-6. They're now 5-handed. So he might fancy to play that. And he's just got some newfound wealth as well. Here comes the raise. 75k in the pot. Let's see if he goes to 65 or over. Oh, he's going for more.
Raise. 70,000.
Just over 70k. One folds round to Stephen Courtney. Oh, there's action.
$140. Raise.
That raise announced.
Min clicks it to 140.
140.
150, just over a minute. Yeah, it is
Oh,
140.
here we go.
Oh, goodness
Here
gracious.
we go.
And Jay will be licking his lips here. He was patient, he chipped up. He's got a stack now and he can get value out of this. So it's been raised, 3-bet.
I think he's got to put it all across the line.
Raise.
Oh,
There's an ounce raise,
325.
all in.
yeah, okay. He has to put all his chips in the middle there. Doesn't want someone calling light. So there, and Gordon's going to get out of the way. Steve Courtney's going to be obliged to call him off here.
$325, yeah.
Yeah, he has to call.
And makes the call. So he didn't go all in, Gary.
Oh,
from
no,
what
he
the
just
graphics
raised.
say. He 4-bet it.
It wasn't all in. It was me waiting for the big flop moment and
me
the
too.
red lights and hello.
We were mistaken that he put it all in. He 4-bet it.
Safe flop for aces, and this pocket jacks, pocket threes or pocket fours called you. Unlikely to, given the action.
Yeah, the only danger of the pocket jacks. It's check.
Checks it. Jay needs to continue here. Looks at how much he's got. Just shove it in. I guess he's got some sort of draw. I can't see it right. Okay, he's trying to get paid a bit more.
115.
Yeah, there's a small bet into that pot.
I think he's just looking to get paid.
He is. He's trying to milk it. He's trying to milk it. You know, he's pricing Ace King to come along. Or induce a shove over the top. And the question you ask yourself is, he 4-bet you pre, and then he bets that on the flop and leaves like 200k behind. He's super strong.
Yeah.
There's all the signs.
Steve's battling with himself here. Jay's loving it because he knows he's miles in front. It's a fold, my friend. It's a fold.
Fold.
Folds Ace King face up.
And Jay will keep the secret.
He says you can see on the stream in 30 minutes.
Watch this space. So I'm just going to take a note of that time. It is 23 minutes to 12 by my watch. So if I see him outside, he has to wait until 10 past 12.
Yeah, it's 11:35. We're going to go on a break at 12. So in the middle of the break, you'll get it.
No, I'm just in case he asked me. In fact, it's 27 minutes to run to the end of the break, until the break. So just under half an hour, I'll make him sweat for 2 minutes.
He'll get it just as he goes into the break. You'll be able to get it. So Gordon will be under the gun. And Gordon has done what he promised this morning. He's moved from 269 up to 830. He's putting himself up into contention, moving up there to the Millionaires Club where we have a number of players.
Raise 70,000.
Raised
Back
by
on the
Steve.
horse.
Yeah, back on the horse. Raises from the button, which he should do with King Jack.
Jay has been card dead up until about 15-20 minutes ago and had a run of 4 or 5 hands.
But his
and,
patience paid off. So there's the jack for Stephen. Nothing for Kanesh.
Check.
So we will be getting 3 incoming players. So we have lost a few players on the outer tables.
$100.
And the announcement from Big Dave, Ralph, is that we are down to 24 players. So 3 tables of 8.
Money,
Here comes
money,
Max
money.
Devison, and he had a big stack.
For your money.
And he has
I'm
done
bringing this
extremely
guy.
well in tournaments in South Africa since he started making the trip down from Zanzibar. UK national that plays out of Zanzibar.
Let me know when you're ready, no?
Gary has gone out there to brief the players.
Okay.
You'll hear his voice over the table mic. And there's Mr. Shu, no stranger to the feature table.
For a second, they want to add all this
Done extremely well. As winner of the Grand Slam event, the Super High Roller earlier in the week. Previous series, done extremely well as well. Some big cashes. Winner of another tournament. And there's Max Devison taking his seat in the middle. Seat 5. With a couple of trays of chips as well.
Are you ready? Okay, let's do it.
And the chip counts of the incoming players. Max Devison
Big
is
blind
seat
man.
5, 767,000. Roshan Mun, and he was a millionaire overnight, is down to 367,000. He's in seat 2. And Mr. Shu, 1.254 million chips in seat number 8.
Can't tell me, no?
So really getting down to the business end. 24 players left now. We're at 30 overnight. So Montolifi folds, Queen 7, round to Max Devison. We'll first look at him at this in the series at the feature table as far as I know. I don't recall him being on here earlier.
Race.
And he
60,000.
raises straight away. Pocket 5s. It's folded round.
Fold.
J Bohm is on up to 1.1 million
Fold.
from his shorter stack earlier in the day. started with just over 400,000
Sorry?
and then bled that right down to 200.
Yeah. 1530. Yeah.
And Max gets that hand through. So Max Devison sits down at the feature table, raises, gets the first hand through with pocket fives. So Armand will be our under the gun player. Folds
Fold.
right to Max Devison. He's looking to raise again.
Raise,
In
60.
the raise.
Call.
He raises with pocket queens. Snap called with the ace 10 of Steve Courtney. Folded round to Kanesh on the button, Jack 10. It's been raised and called. It was a min click to 60k with the pocket queens. So he might fancy a piece of this from the button.
Call.
He calls. Round to Roshan. In the small blind. So 45k more to call. The ace deuce. He makes the call.
Call.
Round to Gordon Patterson. He now has to call 30 into 300. 10 to 1. Based
Call.
on that, he makes the defense and says, let me see if I can get some sort of funky flop.
You never know.
Lightning can strike.
For 6-4, that's not too bad.
Yeah, if he flops middle pair,
Check.
but I think with the amount
Check.
that's in the pot and it goes round to Max with the pocket queens, he checks it for deception.
Interesting.
So the action will be on Kanesh on the button. He checks it, so Gordon gets a free look. There's the ace now.
So not what Max wanted to see.
No, and Stephen Courtney now goes ahead. Even though Roshan has also hit the ace 10 is good, yeah. It's also another spade. Max does have the queen of spades in his hand.
Check.
Gordon checks. Action on Max. Looks like he wants to bet now to find out. He does have the redraw to the
Check.
second nut flush. He checks. Stephen Courtney is now going to bet his ace.
100,000.
Ganesh thinking about it. He has the jack of spades, but that's drawing to the third nuts. So he'll fold.
Fold.
Rushanu has now hit his ace. But with a very weak kicker, no spade.
I've got a funny feeling Max is going to get there, but not the way we thought he was going to get there.
Yeah. Gordon has a small pair only there, the sixes. He lets go.
Call.
He makes the call.
No, he doesn't get there.
He doesn't get there. He checks. And because he was the pre-flop aggressor, Steve will check behind. Shows queens, shows the ace 10. And Max tried to get tricky on the flop there by checking it.
Max also only showed the opposite player
Yeah.
what he had. He didn't show the whole table because he didn't want people to know what skullduggery he was up to. But I'm sure he was asked, or he would have shown them, of course.
Yeah, it was check on showdown. He opened first.
So, well done, Steve.
There's a nice size pot there for Steve.
Yeah.
There's a lot of callers on the flop, and then he bet 100k and got called. That'll be a significant game for him. So just over 15 minutes left to run on this level, and then we will swap out probably the feature table during the break. Gary's going to check out on that. So Max Devison under the gun. Pocket sevens. Is that pocket fives, pocket queens, pocket sevens? Since he arrives at the table.
Raise up to 60,000.
Keeps the race standard, 60k. Mr. Shu hasn't entered the fray yet at the feature table. This time round, he folds.
All in.
And Roshan moves all in. Roshan moves all in. Moved all in with a marginal hand, Queen 8. Gordon Patterson with Ace Jack, and he still has the original razor behind. Now has a decision to make. So
to 50, 70, to 80, to 90, 297.
And I think what will factor here for Gordon is that he has the original razor still, the big blind to his left, but the original razor is the concern. If Max wasn't in the hand, I think, and Roshan shoving from that position on the button, Gordon would have called. He may find the fold now based on the fact that he still has Max behind. He's reaching for chips though. But he's put them back into the stack. Like I said, he's eyeing Max's stack out. And that is his big concern in that. That is the effective stack that he's playing against. Still has Armont in the middle between them as well. Oh, and he repops big. Gordon taking the route that he's going to isolate. Action is now on Armont. He gets out the way. Max will fold the sevens.
Yeah, it's all in, brother. Yeah.
So Max throws his hands up. His sevens were ahead.
Yes, all in, yeah. Yeah.
Roshan is at risk. Good luck to both gentlemen. Flop is 3 deuce 3. Ace Jack still ahead. 5 outs for Roshan. He finds his queen. Now only 2 outs for Gordon. He doesn't get this. The sevens would have lost as well. And Gordon sheds a few chips to Roshan.
297. That is 200. Huh?
And a big gain there for Roshan. He's up to 614. Gordy back down to 493.
Yeah.
The J-Bone is nicely sitting there at 1.1 now. Totally card did this morning, was patient, waited, and when he got a run, he got a decent run of cards. And maximized what he could out of it. There is Gary in the background speaking to the TD with Davy Ralph. Is he working out which table's coming up after the break? And we're just over 10 minutes away from that first break of the day. We're already down to 24 players from the 30. And so in the first 2 hours, we've lost 6 players. We lost 5 in the first hour. Only 1 more since then, as far as I'm aware. We may have lost more on the outer tables. There's still 8 on this feature table. So to the best of my knowledge, we still have 8 and 8 on those outer tables. Jay lets it go. Mr. Shu, he falls, still not entered the fray yet. He'll be very patient with 1.3 million in chips. He can take his time, pick his spots. Very deep still. Ganesh folds. Round to Rashawn, who's just doubled up. Well, doubled up plus a bit because of the raise. And then he picked up the big blind and ante as well. King deuce suited in the cutoff.
Call.
He's just lumped in. Gordon looks down at ace 6 on the button. There's a limper and the 2 blinds to his left. Gordon may fancy this as a spot to get it in and take it down.
All in.
And he does so. Lamont has nothing to fight with. Folds
Fold.
the jack 6, round to max. He's asked for a count. We can't see his
Three.
cards. His cards are sitting behind the box.
360,
Perhaps you can get Bradley to ask the dealer to get max his
370,
cards in the box for us.
380, 383.
Oh, he's folding
No,
them, never mind.
Yeah,
It's out of the way.
No. There's another play. 383.
And then we picked them up as they went across the box. So Rashawn has the decision now. He only has king deuce. He lumped it in. Gordon shoved it in. There's 598 in the pot, so it'll be a nice gain for Gordon there. And picking his spot there was a good spot. I said I fancy him to put it in from there, and he did so. So well done, Gordy. The swings can be huge at this stage where the blinds are. So Jay will be under the gun. Folded round to Roshan.
Fold.
He folds back to Gordon. King Queen, so we're going to see some action from Gordy again. In the cutoff, he's got the button and the 2 blinds to beat. 598, 75k in the middle.
Yo, baby.
Definitely, he's gone all in again.
Yo, baby.
Ace 3 for a mount. It's a tough spot to call off with ace 3. It would be for all of his chips. So I don't see him making the call. He'll have a think about it, but it's too tough a spot.
Fold.
Round to Max Devison. Asked for a count again. He asked for a count previously when he had king 4 off, and that is just to put it into Gordon's mind, stop doing this.
4.
We're not sure what he's holding this time. Again, he's got both his cards behind the box.
7 for 80. 488.
He's got ace king. Oh my word. He's got ace king.
Yo, baby. All in.
He's going all in as well. He's got ace king.
Yes, sir.
So we have all in here, and Gordon is dominated
All
with the
in,
ace king
all
of
in.
Max Devison's versus his king queen. So he's looking for a queen or a straight draw on the flop. There's the king for both players. So now a queen and a queen only, and there are 2 outs for Gordon. 10 is no help to him. And there's the ace sealing the deal for Max Devison. And Gordon Patterson is eliminated. Fought the brave fight this morning from a shorty stack. But well done in this big field, Gordy. Jay comes across. They know one another very well from Hacklebrook days. And there's, looks like that's Ariel Mazabo there speaking to Mark Joseph. He was still in this morning. Looks like he's a spectator now.
Open.
So there are a couple of seats open now. So we started with 24 short while. We'll see how many players we are down to at the break. At some point I'll ask Jake to get a look at the timing screen for us.
Open.
He's busy at the moment. We'll give a look at it later. So Love is going to find it for me.
Small blind.
So King Jack under the gun for Mr.
Raise.
Shu. And that's
65.
his first venture into the waters on this feature table this time round.
65.
The raise is 65,000. Around to Rashawn. Doc got out the way with his 9-8 suited. Rashawn
Call.
coming along with a King 10 suited. Amont 5-4 suited, same suit, clubs. He gets rid of that. Round to Max Devison. Ace King again. So there's been a raise and a call. So we're going to get the 3-bet from Max here. He will know Mr. Shu well. Play up there in Tanzania together. And there comes the hammer. Picking chips. Sizing that 3-bet. He
Raise.
raises.
220.
Raises to 205. Round to Steve Courtney, who has pocket queens. Oh my goodness. And he's only flat Courtney. You see the surprise on Max's face. He's like, wow, okay. So there have been quite a few kings folded. Mr. Shu gets rid of it. Round to Rashawn. 155k to call now. So interesting that Steve has flattered there the 3-bet and didn't 4-bet shove it. Rashawn thinking it's a big chunk of his chips to call there with King 10 when it has been a 3-bet and called.
Fold.
And he folds. So we go 2-8 to the flop. Steve is 62% because of the cards that were folded. And the flop is a good one for the Queens. Only 4 out for Max Devison. Max intently looking at Steve. Steve is first to speak, he checks. Turn brings a heart. Neither player has a heart.
150.
And now Stephen bets the turn. Max folds, snap fold, and Stephen shows him the queens. Paul Rolson online, he says, go G-Pat, go. I finally get to sit and watch in time to see the most hated man in poker take it down the pot. You go Pat Gun. You go Pat Girl. Okay. Unfortunately, when this catches up, it's half an hour behind the stream. Paul, you will see that Gordon has been eliminated. So we're almost at the end of this level. This could be the last hand until we break. We'll just see how quickly they get through it. There's the 1 minute warning buzzer in the background.
Dealers and players in both events complete the hand on and you're going on a break.
So we are indeed going on a break.
15-minute break for the semi-freeze, 20-minute break, chip-up break for the main event.
So it's folded round to Max
Raise
Devison. He
50,000.
raises
Please leave the table. We'd like to conduct the
from the
chip race.
cutoff. Steve Courtney on the button.
60.
Folds.
I knew you were
And Mr. Shu gives it up. Max will take down the last hand. So we will go on a 15-minute break. And when you rejoin us, we will have a new feature table to bring you. 20 players. 21. Oh, 20-minute break is what I'm getting told. You have the information. The 20 is the sign. We have just over 20 players. We'll give you the exact number when we get back. We'll see you in 20 minutes' time.
Hi there, Annette. Nice to have you on stream. Tell us, how have you found the main event so far?
I must say I'm extremely impressed with MJPT. The poker here, the way it's being run has really improved since last I played. The dealers are amazing. You guys are incredible. The floor is amazing. So massive improvement, very exciting for South African poker, and I really look forward to some internationals coming outside and having fun, because boy oh boy are there gamblers in there, that's for sure.
Hi, my name's Shane Radeeb and I'm here at the main event at Monster Jam Day 2, and we're here to achieve the first woman to win the main event. So good luck to all my competitors and may the best person win.
Hi, my name's Max, I'm from the UK. Played all the events so far, so the 75k, 40k, 30k. Now we're playing the main event on my second entry. Built quite a nice big stack, been really lucky to be honest. Anyone could have sat in my seat and had the amount of chips I have. Got one more level left. I have 400,000 going to the last level of late reg. So hopefully looking to bag up a nice big stack. Maybe the chip lead for the day, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
Welcome back to the lovely Times Square Casino on Main and the beautiful Maslow Hotel. This is the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day 3 of the Blue Ribbon event, the main event, day 10 of the series. And sponsored by Sunbet, Sun International, brought to you by Monster Jam Poker and our pictures from Cardstream. So we've switched out the feature table during the break. We're down to 20 players playing down for that massive first prize of 2 million rand, a million for second, total prize pool of just over 6.3 million rand, 501 entries into this tournament, which is absolutely phenomenal. Pictures are on Manish Singh there. He's done extremely well to preserve his stack so far. So in seat number 1 we'll have Melvin Shetty. In seat number 2 we will have Manish Kashev, like I called him, the comeback kid, for 6 years absent from the game, done extremely well. In seat number 3, Naeem Lum, no stranger to the feature table. Seat 4 is Edward Pastel, plays out of Canada nowadays, but a really good player. Seat number 7 is Robert Leroux, Bobzo the Jock. Many people will know him by that name. And seat number 8 is Manish Singh. So Manish Singh, 980k, it's around about where he was overnight. Will be the under the gun player.
Okay, 40,000 to play.
2-4 of hearts.
40.
He folds that from that early position. Action round to Melvin Shetty in the hijack. He folds. Naeem Lum on the button.
Total.
Ace 3 of hearts. 955k to Naeem.
Raise up to
Raises it to 120. The small blind is Edward Pastel. He's got over 2 million chips. 2,095,000 chips. And Robert Leroux is the shortest stack at the table. He has 390,000, and Melvin Shetty with 535,000 are the two shortest stacks at the table. Everybody else in excess of 900. Manish Kashev has 1.665 million chips. Here's a view of Robert.
Okay, I'm back. We have chipped up the pink chips. They are no longer in play, the 1000s, no longer required. So we're playing with the green 50s and the purple 5s.
40,000 to play.
Melvin Shetty under the gun. And I believe we're down to 20 players now, Gary.
We are indeed.
Ever approaching the feature and final table.
So I think Edward must be the chip leader.
Nice. He's got just over 2
Raise
million.
up to 90.
2,095,000 chips.
Yeah, I know. I just counted them.
50 more.
That's for the viewers.
Yeah, I think he is the chip leader in the house.
Yeah, and Roy Bitton told me in the break that he's got just under 2 million.
Yeah, he has, yeah. My favourite player, that is Roy Bitton. I have to keep telling everybody.
Call.
Okay, Manish Singh calls it off, and we're 2-way to the flop here. Big stack versus 850k. Manish won't be put off by that, though.
No, defending his big blind. That is a problem for Manish, though.
Left.
Yep. There's no clubs there. And ace-10 is sitting there nicely.
Check. Show a
Manish
bet.
checks. You can see that big stack there. And Lum looking
Check.
fairly comfortable there on 955. It's gone check, check.
Show a bet.
That brings more outs for Manish, because a lot of split pot possibilities now.
125.
Manish now bets 125.
And of course Edward has the up and down as well here.
Yeah, he has the up and down with the ace, the top pair. And he played it deceptively, checking that flop.
I think he needs to come out of hiding now.
Call.
Just a small, smooth call.
Smooth call there. So let's see what trouble the river can bring us.
And that's a
Shall
break
bet.
on the river for all intents and purposes. And Edward gets the check mark here, so every chip that Manish puts into the pot is jam for Edward. Don't think there's any version of him folding. Manish is thinking about shoving or checking.
Check. Show a bet.
Checks.
I mean, what's Edward worried about here? King 10.
King 10 maybe, possibly ace 9, ace jack. You would think ace jack might 3-bet him pre. He's going to go for the value now.
Okay. 175.
The bet is
175.
175,000. It's a nice size bet. Manish counting out what part, as the actuary, he's going to crunch the numbers there, see what part of his stack it's going to cost him. So there is Manish now with a tough decision. The ace rag.
170,000 represents a large proportion of what he's got left behind.
I think Manish has got a fold in him, yeah, Gary.
Yeah, me too.
He doesn't want to fold the ace, but it is the right fold.
Yep, just checking how much is going to be left in the stack if he makes the call. Has he got enough fighting chips to recover? You can see he's in a bit of pain here, he's not sure.
And we know what he would be singing to an opponent in a similar situation now.
Yeah.
So this is the serious end of the tournament.
If you're giving him an ace, Manish, he's in pretty good shape against you. I mean, he could be just calling for a chop here in his mind.
It's a lot to call for a chop.
That's my point.
And if he's wrong, it's going to seriously hurt his stack. And he
Okay,
makes
call.
the call.
Cast, please.
He was hoping for a chop there.
Yeah.
It's not. With the 10, yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't need to lip read to know that he was somewhat disappointed. And
Yes.
Edward's well over 2 million now.
Another big pot for Edward. So Shannon Trope's come online since you've got this, Jay. Yes, Jay is still in it, in the top 20. He's fought back well this morning. And he's on one of the outer tables now. We are down to the 3 tables. From 501 entries, 3 tables only left, fighting out for this top prize. Lovely picture of the chips being stacked there.
24. 40. Yes.
There's Manish. Good to see him back at poker tournaments. So caught up with a few players that have been eliminated at the break. Gordon Patterson, we saw, went out. Said he was just unlucky with that spot with the ace-jack. He knew he was ahead of Roshan's queen 8. Got unlucky, and that was the turning point for him there. Rex Shu as well, he's out. Good strong performance, just ran into a bigger hand. And young Ariel, he's also out, but another strong showing by him. He was a little disappointed that he went out, but still happy to have made a very deep run and good cash. So all in with a ace-6 of Robert LaRue on the button.
250 more.
And there is Michael Clacker.
292.
So he may have been eliminated. He was very short from over a million overnight. Apparently he was 170 odd at the break. And he's now wandering around there, so that could tell us that he has been eliminated.
You were so excited, eh?
Robert doing the chatter.
I fold.
Fold.
I think so. Flips up thunder. Oh wow. Sure, man. Well done, my friend.
Folds the 3s.
I think so too. That's why I fold. You were excited though. No, I'm thinking I should be calling here. I'm short. Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah, I want to spend at least 2-3 more hands at the final table. I mean the future table. My first time here, it's exciting.
Oh, Rob. I want to spend 2 or 3 more hands. I'm excited. He's excited, but that's good.
He's a real character, Bobza. Crossed swords with him on a daily basis back in the day in tournaments. And he was never short of a
40,000 to play.
I can promise you that. I nicknamed him a keyboard warrior from Cape Town.
40,000.
Finally got to meet him in person last night.
Really? First time?
First time, because from Cape Town he hadn't travelled up here much.
I saw him a few times up there.
Yeah, I didn't catch him. Was in my hiatus period, I think. That he came up to WPT, etc. So I never got to meet him. We just had a lot of chatter back in the day.
455.
Melvin has moved it all in with ace-9 after Robert moved all in from the cutoff. Manish now left with a decision. We don't know what he's got there. Manish counting his stack. He came to the table with 1.665 million. So this would be a quarter of his stack. 2 players at risk. He folds.
No. Hey, yeah. It's not a good one for me, eh? I'm going to need some lady luck here.
So it's not ace-9 for Melvin, it's ace-king for Melvin, which changes things significantly.
And Rob said it all, I need some lady luck here.
Yeah.
262, no help.
No help for Robert LaRue.
3 queens still in the deck.
I'll take a 6.
He says he'll take a 6 for a split or a 2 for a split.
6 or at least, please, sir.
Almost.
Unlucky, and Rob LaRue will leave us.
Sportingly taps the table. Very good performance though, Bob Obza.
I don't know, I think it's closer.
And he's out in 18th place.
18th, so that means Clacker was eliminated because there were 20 at the break, and somebody else has also been eliminated.
And there you go, Wilson. Jeep has fallen, but J-Man remains. Hacklebrook massive for life. Told you, the Hacklebrook team.
They are, they're the Hacklebrook crew.
Spent many a night there with those guys.
Yeah, sadly no longer, but the spirit lives on, apparently.
I missed the bar completely.
And Lion's Head giving Leonard a shout out. They're calling themselves a crew as well.
Thanks to all the guys who logged on last night and viewed our videos and all the rest of it. Well over 1,000 views last night.
Wow, that's impressive.
And as Jake says, it must be the camera work.
40,000 to play.
Yeah, when we've got someone who can work the camera, it'll probably improve.
Yeah, I agree. When Lavender's driving the Jakey, we had some stunning camera work.
Yes, yes, Jake, we love you and you're doing a great job.
Up to 80.
Stroke
80,000.
his ego there, guys.
Fold. 80 total.
So Manish raises from the cutoff with the ace-3. Round to Naeem in the big blind. May defend with his king-8 here. Not to fold. And Manish will get that one through. Picks up plus 100k.
Lumtu's just stepped in to start to do the camera producer work, and I'd just like to congratulate him on his dress sense today.
Yeah, there's
well, from the waist up, he's not looking too bad. From the waist down, I think I won the bet. Welcome, China. Welcome back.
Oh goodness! Everybody in high spirits here in the back. Day 10 of streaming, and a couple of days before that setting up, and a few more days after to pack up everything.
Yeah, if you want to meet the crew, we'll all be here tomorrow. If you've got any spare time on your hands, come and help us roll up a few cables. You'll be welcome. Anyway, back to the action, and we're on hand number 46 of the day. And Manish with Jack 10 suited. He'll be thinking of me at this moment. Trust you. Trust me. I gave him a lot of flack about not playing Jack 10.
Call 40.
So he just smooths that round to Melvin. Melvin's sitting just under 1 million chips. He wants a count from Manish.
Yeah.
Raise up
He
to
raises
100.
it.
100.
Raises up to 100.
Call.
So Manish gets out of the
100
way.
stuff.
Lum gets out of the way. Edward gets out of the way.
Call.
And a call from Manish. So Melvin and Manish will go heads up. There's a jack. And we haven't seen Melvin's cards,
So
but
that's-
the ace is definitely in his range.
Most definitely in his raising range there.
I think Manish would have liked to have seen a second club up there.
If he had if that
The
was
6,
a
yeah, of course.
6 of clubs, he would have been very happy.
Check. Tell a bet.
Action on Melvin. Continues.
110. 110.
If he does that little grimace, you'll know that he's in a bit of pain and he'll fold. Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't see Manish's card or Melvin's cards.
There are the other two tables still left in play. There's Edgar Intezana, Leonard, Marietti in the foreground. Mr. Shu still out there fighting for the Steve Courtney, J Bomb, Max Devison, all still fighting it out for this top spot.
$40,000 to play. Raise up to 100,000.
Melbourne raises to 100. Yes. The third hand in a row, we're not picking up Melbourne.
Fold. 100.
Manish makes a disciplined fold with the Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Fold.
To Edward, folds.
60 more.
Manish with pocket eights. He can
Money
put
go
this
in.
All in.
There we go. He may have just enough to
492
push
tap.
Melbourne off the hand, depending on what Melbourne's holding there. We're not quite
490.
sure. But if it was a marginal range,
Well, he's got $1 million behind.
Fold.
shows a ace.
My show? You said my show? The other one was really good, I'm going to call. It was pretty good. Could make a straight.
Oh, but the ace clubs I could make a straight. Now that's clever. That could be the bottom end or the top end. Oh, very sneaky. So Manish Kashev will be under the gun. Very comfortable after 6 years away from the game. Cashed the little slam, he said a min cash. And then he's played this one, and here he is, down in the last 18 players.
40,000 to
Well,
play.
17 left now.
Fold. 40.
Naim King Jack. Raise.
Up to 110. 110 tutor. Fold. 70 more.
Melbourne with a rag ace in the big blind.
Fold.
Lets it go. Lum hasn't played a lot of hands.
So Lum's under the gun here.
40,000 to play. Fold. 40.
Kings for Edward here.
9,000. 90,000.
90,
Raise.
90,000. Jack 10
90,000.
suited again in spades.
Your favourite one, Gary.
It is. I don't know that's a good idea calling against the 2.3 million with 630 with Jack 10.
Fold.
That's the right fold, Manish,
Fold.
at this point. They all get out the way, and he shows the kings. And Edward was Darren's pick.
They're going wait, we see. Manish, Manish, take note, we're all showing it.
So Edward will be under the gun, and as I said, he was Darren Kramer's pick for this when he was here in the booth.
$40,000 to play. Fold. 40.
Around to Melvin on the button with the ace
Raise.
3.
100 total. 100. Fold.
Manish is out the way. Lamicus is out the way.
No two, Melvin, not one. I want to see the 7.
Very short-handed now until one more elimination, then we should balance down to 2 tables, Gary.
Yep, we can hold 8 on each table. Final table will be 9. Whether or not the powers that be decide that we can do 9 and 8, it's up to them, but I would have thought they would have known by now.
All the other events in the series so far, we've been doing 9. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
no, it's a mandatory. The Tournament Directors Association issued a directive that it was their recommendation, and WSOP would follow. That final tables would be no more than 9 people. And that wasn't COVID driven, that was driven by convenience and more space for the players, and just the speed of the game. So, and if you think about it, the WSOP main event has always been 9 people anyhow, the November 9ers.
Correct.
They used to have 10 on the table, one would disappear, and then they became the November 9ers. Of course, now these days they play the final table straight through in July. No, there's no longer a November 9er, so you don't go away and then come back again. But yeah.
That was a big change in dynamic, going away and then coming back.
Yeah, and you know, there was every man who made the final table made $1 million, you know. That was kind of their guarantee, so to speak. They never had a problem making it, of course, but you know, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 players, $10,000. Danny Diani there behind us, behind the table, looking on. So Melvin Chetty will be our under the gun player, just leaning back behind the dealer here. Shout out for dealers, in particular Philip, doing a great job on the feature table for us today.
40 to play. 40,000. Raise. 100 total. 100.
Melvin is raised with the king 9. Manish, the cutoff with the ace 5. He hasn't played a hand on the feature table yet. He's going to look for a spot, and I think he's going to 3-bet this one because he knows Melvin's been active.
Re-raise up to 250. 250 total.
Edward's out the
Okay,
way.
fold.
Manish is folded. Melvin gets quickly out the way, and Manish will get that one through.
Okay, so we got players joining the feature table.
So we're balanced down now. So we're down to 16 players in the tournament. balancing it down to 8 and 8.
Okay.
3 incoming players. There's Roshan Mun. I saw Jay Baum come up as well. Is Jay finding his same seat that he found earlier?
Okay.
Can't see it, it's just the hands there, but I think that is Jay. So it looks like Stephen Courtney and Jay Baum are moving into similar spots to what they were earlier on the feature table. Oh, they've just swapped places. So Stephen comes in seat 6, and Stephen Courtney takes seat 7. They were in opposite seats previously. Gary out there briefing the players. So we're down to 16 players from 501 players. Playing for that huge prize on the top. We keep saying it because we cannot be more excited that this huge prize pool has been generated. Some of the players
40,000
being
to play.
dealt out because of where the button is. So they'll get a free
40.
look at the dynamic of the table before they have to play.
Call 40,000. 40. 20 more.
It would fold, so it's round to blind on blind. Manish, small blind. He only has Melbourne to get through the big blind.
Call. Raise.
Completes only. And Melbourne just as well. Melbourne's got pocket kings in the big blind. And Melbourne raises it up with the pocket
to
kings from the
120.
big blind after Manish
120 total.
limps into him.
80 more. Fold.
And he shows the kings.
See, I showed both.
Good lump calling out Melbourne.
20, 40, 40.
There's a shout out from your mate Stelios.
So as they say in Greece, Kalispera. Good afternoon to Stelio in Tanzania. Unfortunately couldn't be here. Well done to a
40,000
successful
to play.
series of tournaments. The standards has definitely moved to a much higher level. I'm sure it will grow in leaps and bounds. Excellent teamwork and commentary and dealers.
Well,
Thanks, Stel.
40.
Hopefully we'll see you on the next stop.
40,000.
And my regards to your lovely wife Sylvia and all the team up there at the Seacliff Hotel in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania.
Thank you, Bradley. Making sure we have our
40,000.
coffee.
Raise up to 80.
Steve Courtney here with
80,000.
the Queen 10.
60 more.
Decides to raise it up. Melvin might have something to say about this in the small blind with the ace queen.
Melbourne's picking up a decent run of cards. He had pocket kings the previous hand.
Run good Chetty.
Yeah, the ace king to eliminate Robert LaRue.
Well, Melvin's a solid player, very aggressive, but a solid player. Knows how to pick his spots as well. This will definitely come in for a race.
And I want to see if he sticks to what he said pre-series, that this was going to be his last series and he was going on a hiatus. Is that a successful series? We shall wait and see.
Time will tell. got too big a stack to be shoving it in, but I certainly like to see a raise here.
Yeah, and Steve Courtney's got him covered, so that will factor as well. But I definitely think he's going to 3-bet.
Right, so all in and a call. The big stack there, Sue has jacks, and the short stack that's all in, Ganesh has twos.
So surprisingly, Melvin just smooth
Yeah,
call
very,
there.
very surprised, Gaz.
Well, let's see if it works out for him.
Now price is Manish to come with.
7-3, 2 hearts. Jack on the turn, and Doc is drawing dead.
Chalo bet.
And the player with ace queen
Check.
will thumbs up. Well done, Doc. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, man. 105.
Stephen Courtney
105,000.
continues.
We are down to 15
for
players
Fraser.
in the main event. 15
Thank
players
God.
left in the main event.
And Melvin calls it off. He's a non-believer. There are only 3 tens as outs for Stephen. 7 of diamonds is
Chalo
not
bet.
one of them.
Check. Check.
It's gone check, check, and now Melvin will know that he's probably
Chalo
head. Oh,
bet.
and there's the 10 on the river for Stephen. He binks it.
Check.
Melvin checks. Stephen Courtney deciding now, does he bet for value or has he got his showdown now? In case there's a 6 in the range of Melvin there from the small blind. A 6 or something like that. He's going to bet it.
Yeah, I think given the time that
150.
Melvin spent thinking about this hand, I don't think he's got any of the 6s in his range, frankly. But Steve, I think I like his size in here, Steve.
Call.
Yeah, he calls it
Cards,
off.
please.
And you'll see that a 10 was found on the river. The button will move to Melvin. Melvin says, I wanted to 3-bet pre. You should have.
Yeah, hindsight's a great thing in poker.
Still, you're still saying nice things about you guys.
Well, I'm a nice person. Cheers, still. Top man, top
Calling
man.
you a gentleman though, guys.
Well, he knows me, you see.
I thought it showed his lack of knowledge.
No. Still, and I've been friends for many years.
$40,000 to play.
Yeah, he's got a good operation up there still, and he's involved in several other casinos up there. And you know, like I've said it many times, but customer service. You go to the Seacliff Casino and the hotel resort there.
Raise.
You know, the service is second to none. Trust me, you are spoilt.
Up to 90. 90 total. Well,
I'd always wanted to make a trip up to
90,000
Zanzibar. You sort of spoke me out of it and said, if you do this, do that, you've done it.
Zanzibar is a different kettle of fish. Zanzibar used to be an independent island, a spice island. It's now a part of Tanzania. And, you know, with the greatest respect to the Zanzibarians, you know, they're predominantly an Islamic island. You can fly in there internationally, or you can fly from Dar es Salaam. It's literally 15 minutes. And it's beautiful, stunning the coastline, etc. But it's very run down. The Stone Town is the main town. once you've visited Freddie Mercury's house and you've been to one of the restaurants there, 360 is, or 6 Degrees should I say, is my recommendation, run by a South African couple. Then go back to your resort and maybe do the tour of one of the spice farms, and then go back to your resort. You know, and then there's snorkeling and all the water sports there. And most of the resorts in Zanzibar are all inclusive.
Phone off the table.
They're all inclusive, and everything you need is there. Once you've been to Stone Town, done the Freddie Mercury thing, there is a slave tour, which you can go and see where all the slave traders used to operate from, and some of the horrendous sort of practices that were employed back then. And that's it. But if you're going to go to Zanzibar, you've got to go to the mainland. You've got to go to Masai Mara and what's the migration of the animals and the like.
Up to 90.
A million zebra, a million, wildebeest crossing the plains. I mean, that's spectacular. Trust me. It's inconceivable until you see it. And yeah, back to the poker. And that's the punt for Tanzania and that east coast of Africa up there. And not forgetting the poker, of course. That's awesome.
Action on Edward. Well, no, it's on Roshan, is it? On the gun.
Yeah.
Just giving it up.
Call.
It was raised by Roshan while we were talking under the gun, being called by Edward in the big blind. There we go. Up to speed now.
Check. Juggle bet. Juggle bet. Check.
Check, checked. Played very cagely the sand now, post.
Juggle bet. Check.
Edward checks again. Roshan's now going to have a little stab at it on the river.
100. Fold.
And you'll get that through with Jack High.
Probably the best hand.
Most likely for the defense from the blinds. Martin de Kock, is Oki still in? Yes, he still is. Leonard is still in. Leonard Walken, otherwise known to his friends as Oki.
Martin de Kock.
He's a professional cameraman.
He is. He sent me a friend request. I forgot to answer him.
Loves his poker too. Came here for a few sets.
I don't know where you find all that stuff on these things. Well, there we go, Martin de Kock. 4 mutual friends. You are confirmed. It's a member. You're a member of the team.
I am one of the mutual friends.
40.
Yes. Sorry for the delay. Jared Shimmersy forgot to confirm you as well. This is all very good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, guys are going into his social media. Yeah.
Up to 90.
It's Jack for Stephen
90,000.
It's raised to 90k.
My problem with this is I've got like about 50 or 60 people I've never met in my life before.
All the poker players.
Well, not necessarily poker players, but apparently, according to my intel, a lot of these people just want you to be friends with them so that they can create an identity.
All in.
There we go, all in on the feature table.
From Melbourne, off to the raise by Stephen Courtney. He's not going to slow play the ace queen against Stephen this time.
No. Once bitten, twice shy.
There's Danny Dahani looking on there. Michael Clacker with Marielle Azabo.
680 total.
Bob's over the jock, all together there. Laura Pierre. That Bozo there too. Couldn't see him above the screens for a minute.
So the action was Stephen Courtney, ace-jack behind, and he raised it to 90. It's all into 630. He's got 1.5 million behind, so it's essentially just under half his stack. Jay looking on intently, looking to pick up any tells maybe that he can use for the next hand, and these are going in the muck.
Fold.
And that's a pretty solid fold by Stephen, and a nice move by Melvin.
Table's been balanced, so
We are balancing, so we're losing a player. Looks like Jay's on the move.
yeah, Jay's out of here, which means that we are down to 6 players on the outer table, and we're going to balance down to 14 players now. That would be the assumption. So we'll be 7 on the feature table, and if they're moving Jay, that would mean it's to balance the other one to 7. Going down there.
Uh, 40-40.
So Manish will be under the gun.
40,000 to play. 40.
That's a fold. Melbourne, King 6 suited. Under the gun +1. He'll be eyeing those blinds out.
Fold.
He says I'm too early.
40.
Manish folds.
40. Thank you.
Numbers out the way. Button folds from Edward.
20 more.
King 9 now. Blind on blind to Manish. No, not to Manish, to Stephen Courtney. Stephen Courtney tucked in on the top right hand side. There he is.
Raise.
The raise.
Up to 110. 110 to top. Okay, fold.
And Stephen Courtney is out the way with the same hand. The aggressor taking it down, as is often the case in no limit hold'em.
Manish in the basement needs to start getting some movement. Needs to start spinning that up.
Let's give you round here.
Players can need 1 life. Just a reminder, you can do your 1 life bullets at any stage, up until the end of their light. No matter what your package, you can add to your 50k add-on.
40,000 to play.
3,000, 50,000 chips.
Fold.
Melbourne Chetty
40.
folds the rag ace from early. Round to Lum. King Jack.
Raise. Up to 90. 90 total.
Pops it up to 90. Pocket 6s for Edward.
Fold.
Out
90.
of the way.
Rojan will give up his button here, I'm sure. Yep.
Fold. 70 more.
Stephen Courtney gets out of the way very quickly, not
50
in
more.
his system. There's the queens for Manish, and the money will be going in.
There it
All
goes.
in.
Bing bang. And I don't think Lum calls off with King Jack.
Let's have a picture of Lum.
470 all in.
Oh, he calls.
Snaps it.
Snaps
Snaps
it.
it.
I thought he was going to fold there. Snap, snap.
He says, yep, there's the one over. So he needs to be looking for some kings here. Ace, 3, 4. 2 spades, no help.
2 outs available to Naeem.
Three spades, no spades at play. And Naeem will double up Manish. Manish will pick up 490,000. And Lum will drop down to 480.
Edward looks on. He had pocket 6s. He would have found the set. But he couldn't based on the action anyway. Robert Cowley, morning everyone. So He's got a bit of FOMO, I think. He really wanted to play the main, but family commitments.
He has a capping ceremony for his son.
Absolutely, that takes preference.
I said to him, how many times is your son going to get capped? He says, don't know, not many. I said, how many times are you going to play poker? He says, plenty. I said, this is your mate then, eh?
Absolutely, guys. He remained done. He said it was the inner child in him, fought it for a minute, and then he knew what he had to do.
I think the look from his wife was what pushed him over the edge.
I dare you not to come back.
Anyhow, Robert, your presence here was enjoyed, and you're here in spirit today, if not in person. And we hope the capping ceremony of your son went awesome, and I'm sure you are super proud parents. Well done.
No doubt
I think it was cricket colours.
Cricket colours for Western Province.
Yeah.
And no doubt we will see Robert in the future at other series.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got the bug. And bring the family next time. We're going to Sun City.
So action on Rashawn.
Fold.
Folds from early.
40,000.
Stephen Courtney, ace king on the button. Nice
Raise
spot to get
up
ace
to
king.
90.
Because nobody ever believes you.
90, 50 more.
I think we're already round to Melvin.
Yeah, and he's got nothing to fight back with. But you know, Melvin's sticky in the blinds as well.
Fold.
Out of the way. Shows the ace king proudly. Tap at the table. Keeps his integrity intact. It was a very interesting figure you gave us, guys. Over 1,000 views on the last night's session.
Indeed there was.
Which is absolutely awesome. I think everybody here will be very happy with that.
It will get better.
It will grow and grow as this tour will.
So all the people out there who are watching online, do us a favour, just make sure you give us a thumbs up on the internet and on the feed. Give us a thumbs up. Make sure you share it, and if you need to, you can save it also.
So Naeem has moved all in with the ace 10 of clubs.
35.
Fold.
Rashawn folds.
Fold. Fold.
It's around to Melvin. Not to Manish. Manish in the big blind thinking about it. There's nothing to call Queen Jack. He says, no, I'm not calling you off for that.
So just so everybody knows, the last lady's just bust out of the tournament, and we're gonna cross over in a moment to the lovely Caitlin Dunlop, and she will be doing an exit interview. We will keep the graphics going on screen so you can follow the action and you won't miss any of the cards. But you know, I think it's important that we recognise the ladies in the tournament and how far they've gone, and you know, always happy to see more ladies in these tournaments. And of course, it's one of the few things that we all do, and we're on equal footing as well. And trust me, there's some great lady players out there, you know, internationally, and of course locally as well. And we've been blessed with those. And yeah, we will continue to follow the action on the GFX and overlay onto the interview.
Mariette, congratulations. You just bust out of the main event. Tell us a little bit about the tournament overall.
It was a fantastic tournament for us to have an opportunity to play here in South Africa, and such a big event is wonderful. It's just a complete change from what we used to. So yeah, keep on going. Thank you, Sunbet. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, you were the last lady standing in the tournament, and that means that you get yourself a really cool prize from Sunbet Sports Betting. They have decided to give you a buy-in back in betting vouchers, so we will be sending that through to you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So enjoy that, and we will definitely see you at Sun City.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mariette. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
So that was the lovely Mariette language bust outs and saying some nice kind things about Sunbet. And the buy-in was given back to her in Sunbet vouchers. How cool is that? So
pretty
anyhow,
awesome.
quickly back. Melvin has got it all in here. There was a raise pre-90 by Steve Courtney. Melvin shoved it all in and Steve's in the tank. So we'll just go back to Stephen now. And there is Stephen in picture. And he decides to get rid of that that hand. Well done.
Yeah, just going back to Mariette, Stephen, George Sanford and Darren Kramer were last night. They said that her little happy dance, the Boom Shakalaka one, when she binked it on the river, on the feature table last night, that's going to go viral, and they've had great amusement with that, and said it was absolutely awesome to see the spirit which the game was being played in.
You didn't know Mariette could dance like that, did you?
No. And Darren was encouraging her to improve on the dance.
Shame. Okay, so back to the action, and we're getting a bit of dealer action here this morning. Who is our dealer now? I've forgotten. Do you use a dealer?
It was
Mark?
Philip earlier. Let's see if
It's still Philip, I think. Yeah, you're right. It is Philip. So I'm losing track. What's going on? My memory bank must be full. I'll have to go and offload and clean my hard drive.
10 days, Gaz, of streaming.
I'm getting flack from the camera team now. It must be time to go home.
Are they getting cheeky there, guys?
Yeah, they are indeed. Okay, King 80 for Manish Singh. He'll get rid of those. Round to Melvin Chetty. We didn't pick up Melvin's cards, but they've gone right back to the dealer. Manish also not interested. And around to Roshan. Tidy player, Roshan. Nice and tidy. All his chips, we can see them all nicely. Everything's in order in his box. Always very smart at the table. Quite quiet. Doesn't get involved. Look at that look. You see? You can look immediately and you can see exactly what you've got. 1 million in greens. And each one of those purple stacks is worth 100,000. So, you know, that's what we want as players. That's what we want as commentators, etc. We want to have a good view.
Thank you.
It always was that you used to be, but now people counter-intelligence that. You could tell what type of player you were by how they stack their chips.
Indeed. And there's a lot of tricks out there where players will put 18 or 19 in a stack rather than 20, so it makes it look like they got more. But, you know, the people with the more astute eye will see that quite quickly.
40.
Anyway, the recommendation is in the book is in equal stacks either of 10s or 20s. So, back to Melvin Chetty.
Raise. Up to
This is
90.
the hijack.
90,000.
Manish hasn't had much to play since he got to the feature table.
92 tap.
Well, Rosen's going to be making a move here for sure.
Call.
Flats it off, undercover. Steve Courtney might get dragged in here with his suited ace.
I think most definitely now that there's been a flat. No, disciplined and out of the way, but I would have liked to have seen a flop from the big blind to that. Find a couple of hearts or a few sixes and you're in business.
See, he knew what was coming.
He knew better than me, guys.
Check.
And that's why he's down there and I'm sitting up here.
100.
So 100's the bet from Melvin. And now it's time for Roshan to come out of hiding.
Hit anything. And the Queen of Melvin's is ahead now.
Yep. And he'll get rid of those maybe.
Show me yours.
I'm going for show if I fold.
Fold.
Taps the table when he sees the Queen. We had a view of the outer table there. J Baum's still in, Leonard is still in. There is the beautiful trophy, the main event trophy of the series. Comes along with a beautiful check of 2 million rand. Gary said, keep the trophy, give me the 2 million bucks. But nice to have in your trophy case. Well, I'm looking very relaxed.
20. Move on.
G-Pat there next to the screen. Cash the event.
40,000 to play. Fold. 40.
So round to Manish. Folds.
40.
There's Edward Pistol down there. He was balanced down to there. Leonard, J-Bomb.
Raise. Up to 95. 95 total.
The Jack 10 raises up here.
55 more.
Jack 2 will get out of the way from Manish.
Raising with your favorite Jack 10. We've never not said that this week, have we, guys?
Not much. Easy fold, and Roshan will pick up 100,000 for his trouble.
Oh, no, that looked like the back of Roy Bitton. He was still down there. He had just under 2 million when I spoke to him at the break.
Yeah. So we're coming up on hand number 66 of the day. Just a reminder, this is day 3 and the final day of the Blue Ribbon event here at the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is the main event. Prize pool up top 2 million. Second place will get 1 million pool. And we're paying 50 places. So yeah, excellent. Welcome back if you've not been watching, or welcome to if you've not been watching, or welcome back if you have before to Times Square Casino and the beautiful Maslow Hotel. And if you're watching us on the stream, don't forget, hit that like button and share it with your friends so we can spread the word and get our viewership up a little bit. And we're down to the 2 final tables here. Okay, back to the action.
40.
Nobody has any cards, and Lum looks like he's on holiday. But Lum's always on holiday.
You're looking very relaxed.
He's chilling.
Raise. Up to
Stephen
105.
Courtney raising with the button now with King 4. Manish Ace Jack.
Okay, re-raise.
Yeah, there comes the 3-bet. Pops it in.
Yeah,
Up to 275.
Manish operating on a fairly small stack in relative terms, so
275 total.
he's not exactly pot committed, but he's getting there. And the blinds will be up shortly.
Stephen asking for a count here, but with the King 4 off, this is just posturing, guys.
Yeah. I don't know that Steve has actually got that big a decision here. Unless we've misread his cards, I think he just needs to get out of the way.
Yeah, that is a possibility, Gary.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I mean,
have
there's no justification for tanking with King 4 in this position.
No.
1.2 million behind. You know, Manish has put a third of his stack in the middle.
And this is just a buying credibility stint. Oh wow, all in. That must be Ace King, guys.
Yeah, it's got to be. We must have misread his cards.
It
Or
must
he's
be
pulling
Ace
the
King.
move of the century.
Unless we have misread, this is a great move.
Well, we haven't misread a card yet, I don't think, so...
No.
I mean, whatever he has, it's a magnificent move now, and Manish cannot call here. It's for his tournament life, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's got Jack 10.
Ace Jack.
Ace Jack, sorry. Yeah, I mean... Tense moment. You know, we're playing for a lot of money, so there's no criticism for these guys taking a bit of time over their decisions. And the good news is I actually know Manish very, very well, and he is considering this. He's not. This is not TV time.
No, 100%. He's going, crunching the numbers, going through it.
Yeah,
and he folds.
And he gets the right decision. He said it'll be a show. He said not a chance. He had King 4. That was a move. Nicely done. So we'll just check if the blinds are up. So that's the first hour of commentary on this particular table. There will be another hour before we change out tables. It is quite possible that we'll only have one table in an hour, so we'll watch that. I haven't actually got a total at this time.
We're down to 6 players here, Gary, so I think there are round about that out there. There's, you can see 4 of the players. There's Mr. Shu.
Okay, blinds are 25,
and
50, and 50 and
yeah. So I can see J-Bomb, I can see Edward, I can see Leonard, I can see Mr. Shu. That's 4 plus the 6, that's 10. And I only see one other player there.
Yep, we'll get a shot of the timing screen in a bit, and so we'll have a little count. So we're getting close to 9 players.
Yeah. By my reckoning, there's 11 left, 11 or 12,
Right.
12 max.
Unofficially, and I mean unofficially, when we get to 9 players, we'll move to the feature table, and I believe there will be a redraw. That is the standard practice,
Right.
to be confirmed.
up to 160, 160,000. Well, 160 total.
And once we get to 9 players, we'll be in the big prizes, and we'll make sure you get all the information about those. And we will be running with the prize pool on GFX as well, so you'll see them as players go out.
Okay, 10 more.
So Manish has raised, Manesh has called. And Manesh has outflopped Manish. He's found the 6.
$400,000.
And Manesh bets that 6 hard.
Fold.
And gets the fold.
Yeah, nothing to fight with. And Lum and Manish are both in the danger zone here, under the 10 bigs. Both of them need to start making some moves now, otherwise they're going to get blinded out. Neither of them well, neither of them definitely are not getting blinded out. But they have to make a move, got to find a spot here, Mark, eh?
Yeah, definitely, guys. They're looking for spots now. And Manesh will look back at that ace-jack and think I should have just shoved it in there when he raised me from there. Put myself at risk to do that, but you don't want to always commit your whole stack with that, and he 3-bet. And
I'll catch up with Robert later and ask him if he had king 4 or ace king. So Steve, sorry, not Robert.
And no doubt you will do it in the double bluff way because he'll think we saw the cards. So
well, we did see the cards. We just
yeah, you'll get the truth out of him and say, "What a move with the king 4," and you'll say, "I didn't have king 4. I had ace king," or you'll say, "Yeah, thank you."
I'll just ask him. He'll tell the truth. Have you seen the size of me?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, Rosham with Queen Jack here under the gun. Probably get out of the way here. He's looking down at chips. No, get out of the way.
It's too close, too early. Don't want to get into trouble. There's Melvin on the button.
Melvin's quite capable of getting into trouble, trust me.
Yeah, very, most definitely.
Raise up
He raises it.
200.
Lum gives it up.
Fold.
Lum's waiting for the moment, and he's now in the blinds as well. So I think the small blind, he's just in the big blind. And he's going to be seriously in the danger zone now.
As is Manish at the top there.
Yep. These guys need to make something happen, otherwise they're going to be in. They're going to have to put their money in and take their chance. They've lost the opportunity to realise the fold equity, I think. I think that's passed. The big stacks will be picking these guys off very, very cheaply. And the ranges will be very wide that they're going to be putting the money in on. Any ace, certainly any pair for sure. Any suited connectors. I mean, it might even get to the point where any high-rated connectors as well. So I'm talking 9-10, 10-jack, jack-queen, those type of hands. Not necessarily suited.
50,000 to play.
Okay, so Stephen Courtney's our under-the-gun player. Queen 6, they'll go in the muck. Random Manish, who's in the danger zone, hasn't got many free looks coming. 9-7 for Melvin, gone.
Lum on the button is good.
And Manish will apply pressure with that 1.6 million here with his 2 6s.
Lum in the small blind will get at least a few free looks after this end.
Raise.
And there's a bit of pressure with the pocket 6s. Lum gets out of the way quickly. And Rosham is just saying, well, let me have a look at those big chips. Put them in the front, I want to know. So one stack of those is equal to 1 million. So Manish talking to Anand there, one of his buddies on the steps. Anand was in the tournament earlier, of course. Recently was Anand's birthday. How about that? Told him he'd be as old as us soon. Okay, so the flop comes Queen 4-3. Pocket 6s can bet here, and I think it'll go bet fold. 325 in the pot.
165.
And 165 the bet. And Rosham's got nothing here, so you get rid of the cards. 10 jacks not been working for these boys.
Your mate Paul Ralston, as we speak. So Paul Ralston says, Gary, did you pay Stelios in cash or kind? Gentle man, I feel like this fails on at least 2 fronts. And he says, and as we speak, Gary appears to be auditioning for his next gig as a travel agent. He says, for the record, I like Dar, but I suspect it has not been dusted in 200 years. Didn't get out to the island, so feel free to whisk me away for a romantic holiday anytime.
Only the eloquence of Paul Ralston. I mean, I would call it full of something, but we're on air and I can't do that. So, but Paul knows. Thank you for your compliments. Thank you for your observations.
50,000 to play.
And please feel free to give me a call. Travel advice and also being a gentleman.
So it is Manish that is under the gun, yeah?
And thank you, Paul, for supporting the stream as you always do. Paul Ralston, our famous screenwriter, I think that's his right title, lead writer, screenwriter, writes for television. Also has his own channel, I think Dodgy Cams, I think it's called, on YouTube. Also owns a fish and chip shop in Yorkshire. A man of many talents.
Raise up to 120. 120,000. Fold.
the dodgy cams comment has met with some frivolity in the back here among the camera community.
So it's raised by Melbourne with the ace-9. Stephen has just called with the ace-jack. And Melbourne has found the 9.
Check.
Stephen checks. Melbourne having hit will bet. Oh, he checks behind. Interesting. There's the ace-2 pair now. And the ace is going to get Stephen into trouble.
Check. Bet.
Stephen checks the ace. This time Melbourne puts in the bet. Now let's have a look what Stephen is going to do. Ace with a decent kicker. He announced raise. So there it goes, the mint click. I don't think Melbourne will put him on ace-queen based on not 3-betting pre. So he's got to look at his 2 pair and think he's good, unless he's up against a set of 9s or 3s.
What price a shove from Melvin Chetty?
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. I don't think he's folding though, Gary.
Oh no, there's no version of him folding here. Absolutely none. And I don't even like the call. I mean, I'd like to see the bet. Yeah, raise it up. Oh my word.
Yeah, it's just
well, he's staying on the cover, looking to capitalise a bit more. Hopefully it doesn't bite him in the butt. It doesn't, he gets...
Check.
So Steve checks, so now it's time for Melvin to get some chips in the pots. Looks down at his chips, has a little think about it, 800 odd in the pots. 300. And that's probably a number that may get paid off by 1.3 million. Let's get across to Steve. Steve's sitting on 1.3 million behind, according to our count. So he's got to pay 0.3 of that, the 300, to see the cards. I mean, he's got a big ace here. Yeah, he's going to call it off.
We're going to see the bad news.
And that's a massive swing of chips, huh?
Big, big, big swing there. Big pot for Melbourne. He goes up to 1.9 million chips, Gary.
Yep, big swing. And of course, as we know, Steve will drop down to around about the million mark, there or thereabouts. Oh wow, what a big hand.
Massive, massive hand.
And well played, Melvin Chetty there. That was actually quite tricky the way he played that. And in hindsight, the call wasn't such a bad option. And I think that's what got him to put the 300 in on the river, to be quite honest. But well done, well done. So Gerard is struggling with the technology. Welcome to my world. Go into YouTube, Monster Jam, reboot YouTube. Go back into it, and when you open up YouTube, if you don't see the live feed at the top under the Monster Jam link or site or whatever you want to call it on YouTube channel, then go into their videos and it'll be the first one there, and it'll say live in the bottom right hand corner. So that's how that works. I have to refresh sometimes. Okay, Manish picked up ace queen suited here. Strong hand, short-handed.
Raise. Up to 120.
Raises it.
120.
Fold it round to Manish.
70 more. Fold.
And he's quickly out the way.
Yep, nobody wants to go to play with that. Nobody wants to go to play.
Lum bemoaning the fact that he's not getting much to play with.
So coming up to 13:40. That's about 22:02 in the afternoon. We've got 42 minutes to run on our scheduled 1 hour. In the event that we are still 2 tables, we may or may not decide to change the table out. If we're 1 player away from final table, we certainly won't be changing them out. And then when we do get to our final table, which will be 9-handed, we will have a redraw. To be confirmed, but that is the standard practice.
All in.
Lum is all in.
360 all in.
Round to Manish.
Fold.
Manish folds.
Fold.
Melvin Shetty, nothing to fight with, and the chips go to Lum.
Very nice too. I'll go and check on the other table and confirm the redraw.
Yeah, bring us some who's the big chip stacks, etc. guys. So 6-handed here. We got 5 or 6-handed down on the other table. Gary will confirm. The one part of it is hidden from our view from here. But obviously great interest in these last 2 tables, playing for this huge prize. You can see a lot of people starting to appear on the rail, railing their friends and family. So Lum under the gun.
Fold.
Folds. Roshan folds. Stephen Courtney in the cutoff with ace-10.
Raise up to 125.
He raises.
125. Call.
Nothing for Manish to fight with.
125 2 top.
It's round to the 2 blinds. Melvin King 9 suited in the small blind might like a piece of this. He's got 1.7 million in chips. It's the kind of hand that he would normally defend with, and he does so.
75
Round to Manish now. And he's out the way. So we'll go 2-way to the flop. These 2 resume battle. They've had a few here already on this table. And this time Stephen gets the better of the flop.
Sugar bet.
Melvin outflopped him a few times. And I think when Stephen continues here, that should end the hand. Melvin's a quick folder. So action is on Roshan. 3 deuce. Don't want to do much with that from there. Throws his hands up in despair at his holdings.
50.
Round to Manish. He's looking for spots. That's not it. Melvin's out the way, so blind on blind. Manish queen 8. He raises.
All in. Fold.
And takes that away from Lum. So putting max pressure on there with the queen 8. Manish just leaning on the shorter stack. The Lions Head Poker crew are there. We are here for Leonard, and yes, your man is still in. We're down to 11 or 12 players. That looks like Des Godfrey there. So, that's the 5th player down there. I'm looking to see who the 6th player is. I was assuming it would be Roy Bitton because he had a big stack, but you never know what could have transpired since the break. This game is brutal. We saw it with Ben Cade in one of the earlier events where he was sitting as chip leader, playing extremely well, and in the matter of 2 hands, his stack was gone. So this does happen, unfortunately.
All in.
Sometimes due to no fault of your own.
Fold. Fold.
So Manish, all in. Lam has asked for the count before he looks.
340 all in.
He folds, it's round to Rashan. And King 3 off, he folds, and Manish will get that one through. He shows the ace there.
50-50.
Ace 5.
Lam, just because you show one ace, they always say it was ace rag. Lam, what? Was that ace 5? Stephen Courtney having a look down at the other table. Like I said, we can see Mr. Shu, we can see Des Godfrey, see Leonard, see Edward Pastol, can see J Baum. There's just one player I can't see with all the players, and Nant is standing in the way there with the others on the rail. Gary will no doubt find out for us. There's Mac Devison having a word with Mark Joseph.
$60,000 to play.
Alan Govender comes on, supporting Steve. He says good fold, Steve, and that was the fold earlier.
50. Fold.
So action is on Manish. Raises with the King Jack of Diamonds. Sizing out the raise now.
Raise.
And he raises it up.
All in.
Naeem moves all in. He's got to be careful his chips mustn't mix in with Manish's. He's moved all in with King Queen. Action is on Rushan. He's folded. Steve Courtney's out the way. So Manish is asking for a count. From our reckoning, it's 240k to call. The dealer just sorting out all the chips. So raised by Manish, all in by Naeem Lam.
Okay. 240 more, yeah.
Now I think this is a pretty standard call for Manish with his stack. He calls.
Okay, call.
He is behind. So Naeem has got his money in good. So good luck to both gentlemen. We'll go to the flop. Lam stands up. Wants to just hold up here, he says. So we go to the flop. King Jack of Diamonds versus the King Queen off. There's a gut shot for both players.
Give him his jack.
Lam says give him his jack because that would give him his straight. Now there's an up and down. Sevens come into play as well. And the 4 is a blank on the river, and Naeem will double up. So Lam will take a welcome double up. He sat there patiently, not had much to play with. I'll be very happy to have got the double up. Smile by Mark as he watches on.
Only hand I put my money behind in this tournament was against you.
Lam says, I've only put my money in behind once in this tournament, and he says to Manish it was against you and I got lucky. He says every other time I've put my money in ahead, buying some credibility.
Jack hand with him, you raise what you have, ace 9. Ace jack.
$40,000 to play.
The action on Melvin under the gun. So Manish is in the big blind now and he's grinding away on that short stack. Lum got the double up. So you'll feel a little more comfortable. It's up to 845k now. Jack 10 in the cutoff. He's asking Manish how much have you got? Because that's going to factor his action.
Raise up to 160.
He raises to 160.
160. Fold.
Roshan's out the way, round to Stephen Courtney, Queen 9 in the small blind. Manish looks down, King 9 suited.
Queens again, I'm unlucky. You find queens, I'm unlucky.
Tough spot for Manish, he's short stacked. Got a nice looking hand. Does he want to put his tournament on the line with this one? I don't think he can call this with his stack and wait to play it post flop. He's either got to go all in or fold. He's got to work out whether he thinks he's ahead. We can see that he is, but I mean, it's difficult to tell. Lum hasn't played a lot of hands. So if you're putting him on any type of ace you behind, you're putting him on any king you behind. Because most times he's not raising with a lesser king. And that's exactly the thought process for Manish, and he folds. And Lum gets that one through. Having doubled up, he's got chips to now raise with those kinds of hands, where earlier he was in a tighter mode of all in or fold almost, which is basically where Manish is now.
He said he was going to put pressure. I said I got you dominated.
I like 19.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm just now, 19. And 10 Jeff.
Yeah.
10 Jeff is like the best hand. Yeah, you
You
can
can do your one up at any stage until the end of this level and the break.
So we've got just under half an hour left to go on this level. The players will go on a break again. And if we haven't gone down to the final 9, we may not swap out. As Gary said, he's gone outside to find out. Bring us info from the table. We're still 6-handed here.
50. Fold. 50. Raise.
Roshan raises from the cutoff with King 5 suited.
130.
Makes it 130 to go. Stephen Courtney's out the way.
Heart.
That's my card. How do you open?
Now
No,
I
that's
make it set.
Round to Manish, he folds. And that open fold there with the ace deuce, with, accidental by Stephen Courtney, affected Manish's ace 8, I think.
See, I can fold sometimes. That's H2.
Melvin is defended with a jack 9. Oh, look at that flop for Roshan. He flops an up and down with a second nut flush draw. So now he's going to decide whether he's going to trap with this and try and, because it's such a big flop for him, or if he's going to bet it immediately. He bets it.
165.
But there's nothing there for Melvin that'll end it. He shows them what big draw he had. Up and down straight draw, the second nut flush draw. So Manish still looking for those spots now. And 6-handed, the blinds come around fast, and with the big blind ante, it bites every round. So Manish on the button, he's got a couple of free looks before the blinds get back to him.
To play.
So action on Naeem under the gun. He's looking to reach for chips. And he raises it quite significantly.
Raise up to 300.
That's a big raise.
300,000.
That's a 6x raise.
300.
Stephen Courtney will now be less interested with Queen Jack. Folds.
Fold.
Manish is out the way.
Fold.
He shows pocket sevens.
So I think we have a chip leader on the outer table now.
Edward Pistol left here with quite a few chips.
Not even close to him.
Not even close.
It's your mate, old Jack 4.
Leonard.
He's got so many chips.
So, and Roy Burton?
I didn't see Roy out there, I've got to be honest.
I can't pick him up on the camera, so I don't know if he's been eliminated.
There was a stack on the table, but I didn't want to stir people. But there's six stacks out there.
And I saw Des Godfrey, he's still there.
Des is still there. Des
And
has got a
Imran
nice
is still
stack.
there.
Imran's got a stack also, but I think definitely Leonard is the man at this moment in time, subject to change. And I can confirm that when we go to final table, there will be a break, and we will set up for the 9 players.
Raise. Up to 175. 175.
The crew that are supporting Leonard will be pleased to hear what Gary says, that he's got a mountain of chips.
I think they know because they're all stood out there around him.
Yeah, but
a lot of people
the online
support him.
ones. Yeah, his family's here, his mom and his dad and his
wife,
good lady.
175.
Anyhow, the next break will be in 24 minutes, which is the programmed break after 2 hours. It is unlikely we will change tables at that time, because we'll do the big change once the 9 players are left.
All in.
So Naeem's all in with his big draw.
Call.
Sean can't call.
Call.
He said he
All in,
calls.
call.
He did call.
He did call with the jack, top pair versus the draw. So here we go. This is a massive hand. Big, big, big pot. 2.2 million pot, Gary.
Huge. No hearts. Those are the outs at the top for Lum.
13 of them.
And Lum hits his
Pinks it
hearts.
on the river.
And
Massive,
Lum-
massive hand.
Lum will be up to 2.2 million.
Very sporting by Roshan. He was quick to congratulate Naeem.
5.
That is a huge pot. 2.2 million in that pot.
870. 870. Yeah. 870.
It's a massive, massive hand. Lum will spend some time stacking those chips.
So Paul Ralston was commenting on the ace-king or ace-4 hand, which is obviously now run through the system after the half an hour's elapsed. He said something similar happened from the similar seats. He said maybe, he said, I'm not breaking you guys. He said, I'm just saying it might be some kind of baked-in fault with the deck or the seats. It is possible. If there's a fault on the card, we normally pick it up pretty quickly on the GFX because it's not reading. And then when we see the card, we make a note, and through the process of elimination, normally within about 5 or 10 minutes, we know. There are currently no cards in fault, as we call it. And if we do get a card in fault, we need to confirm it. And then once that happens, we change out the deck. And when you see me out there standing ready to change the deck out, that's when we've got a faulty card. That deck gets then taken out of service. And I think I'm right in saying I'm turning around. We are rotating 6 decks at the moment through the feature table.
Steve Courtney folds. Manish still looking for a spot. That's not it.
50,000.
Up to Melvin. Suited king. From the cutoff, he likes to raise there from this, with this from there. And he does so.
Raise up to 120. 120.
Oh, but he's got a customer. And it's going to be a 3-betting customer. Here come the green chips. There comes the 3-bet. Lum's quick folder. Round to Rushan.
Up to 370. 370 total. The fourth.
He's out the way. Back to Melvin. And he folds. Now, Gary, from what I can see out there, it's Imran is there, there's Godfrey's there, Mr. Shu, Leonard, Edward Pastel, and J Bomb. I don't see Roy Bitton at all.
Was that 6?
That was 6.
Well, there you go. There's only 6 players there, so Roy Bitton has gone.
And those big stack of chips that Leonard must have come from, there they are. You can see Imran, Des, Mr. Shu, Leonard, Edward Pastel, and J Bomb.
So there's your 6.
So Leonard must have been a benefactor of a lot of Roy's chips.
So we're up to hand number 82 of the day.
And Manish, finally his patience pays off, Gary.
Indeed it does.
Got 340k.
And his money has to go in here. He might try and just bet half of it or something to induce something.
But that will be so suspicious.
Well, you know, he's got to try and capitalise on his holdings. And nope, all it goes. In he goes.
It's more disguised this way, Gary. It looks like a short stack shove. You're more likely to get called than if you just click or something silly. But he's not going to get any action by the looks of things.
I bow to your superior knowledge.
It's unfortunate.
There's the queens, you'll get a call there for sure.
Oh, there he's going to get called anyway. Regardless, the hand would have played out, Gary. Aces, queens. Manish is saying, hold up.
Little nod and a tap there, so.
I'll never call you anymore when you're holding. This phone.
So Manish wanting to hold up here. Stephen looking for a queen. It's a safe flop. Diamonds covered by Manish. Still safe. 2 outs left for Stephen. That's not one of them.
And Manish will pick up the pot, 755,000.
Yeah,
and that's a gain of 415.
You'll feel a lot happier. And no matter which way he did it, if he raised it or shoved it, he was getting called by the queens, that's for sure. And that's where sometimes the luck is, not just getting the big hand, but getting a hand to go against you.
Okay, 17 minutes to go on the level.
$25, $50, $50.
And good old Manish got a few talking chips now. Good for him.
So you folded your ace jack and now you put it the right time.
So it's official. Jake has been given his camera driving license, and now he's abusing it.
50.
Fully qualified, our Jake. He's had all the injections. He's now a fully vaccinated cameraman, driving the old vision board over here. Well done, young Jake. Getting some great pictures today, and well done to the camera team out there doing an awesome job. We appreciate you.
Raise.
Okay, Jack 10 for Manish here.
125.
That Mr. Shoe standing up from the table there, Gary, or no, just
Fold. Sorry. 50,000 to play.
so Manish under the gun, folds,
50.
round to Lum.
50.
Rashawn moves it all in with Queen 7 from the cutoff.
Fold.
Nothing for the button to fight back with. Round to Manish, nothing.
Fold.
And Melvin's a quick folder, and he'll get the Queen 7 shove through.
No, nothing. Oh, 3 million, 3 million, 3 million. But you see why? Because they took out all the players. Century, they took out all the players. We haven't taken out one player. They can take it.
$50,000 to play. 50. Fold. 50.
So we move on to the next hand. Rashawn in the hijack. He just got the Queen 7 shoved through. He's going to shove 5-7 now. So be careful. He's going to run into a hand shortly. Manish nothing with the Queen 9. He's realizing his fold equity though, and he's saying if I get called, I've got 2 live. So Manish slowing him down by asking for a count.
F90 all in.
He folds.
Fold.
Up to Melvin, he's got nothing to fight back with. It's only Manish in the big blind, and he's got nothing. So he gets it through. So it's 2 shoves in a row.
Roshan on a mission.
Yeah, he shoved Queen 7, then he shoved 5-7.
He is on a mission, so spin it up. Good luck. He's here to win it. He's not here to place. Love your work, Roshan. Paul Rosson says, I understand exactly what you mean. I can't even remember what I said now, I'm so old. Yes, Paul. We'll leave it at that, China. Looking forward to catching up with the hat soon. We do frequent some of the same places. Never heard a man who makes so much noise opening a can of drink, have you?
No.
It's official, Jake is the noisiest can opener on the planet. The worst thing is that he's not sharing. It's only for him, you know.
50,000 to play.
So ace-4 Roshan. I mean, he shoved with lesser on the previous two hands.
Fold. 50.
Folded round to Melvin Shetty on the button. He lets go, and Manish gives Lum a walk. So what about 9 minutes or so left on this level?
There's Anand Kumar coming to see his buddy.
And Hilly Esha, can you believe that this madness is almost over?
God willing.
Been a phenomenal series.
It's been a busy series. It's been a long series. I'm excited to see the final table. Hopefully we'll play down to a winner, but with so much money at stake, you never know. I spoke with Lum this morning and he said, what's your money on? I said, a 4-way deal and you're the broker. That's what I said.
What did he say to that,
He
Gav?
said, that sounds like a plan. That's what he said.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy to be in the final 4 there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's such big money up top. I mean, I'm not an advocate of doing deals, but if you've got professional people who are playing this for a living,
Up to 160.
and the difference between winning 200,000 or 300,000 and splitting and
160.
getting like 700,000, 800,000 each is enormous. So Ace King for Steve gets that around very, very quickly.
Yeah, nobody had anything to contend with. Jay quite talkative down there. He must have some fighting chips, talking chips. He will have the full support of the Hacklebrook crew, no doubt. You can hear him there. So he's definitely got some talking chips.
Okay, so blinds at 25.50, 50 on the big blind ante. 125k in the pot before we start. And this is hand 88 of the day, Ace King for Manish. And that's a pretty strong holding under the gun. Certainly going to see some action here. He'll now realise he's under the gun, so the strongest move is the biggest move, I think.
Yeah, somebody's got to wake up with something really big behind too. There we go.
Ace-Jack for Melvin, and Melvin is seriously considering this.
A big chunk of his change to call off with Ace-Jack though. He's still got players behind.
Well, it's 50%. 50% of his holdings.
630 all in.
And that's the strongness of the all-in first. It's the strength of it.
They fold.
And Manish will get that through.
Well played, Manish. Buys himself a little bit more time.
Now you can often get much stronger hands to fold out by shoving first. It's the old adage of chips in first have the most pressure. Thank you, Bradley. Bradley, kindly bringing me another cup of coffee. Keep us awake.
Oh, Jake opening cans again in the background. He'll never learn, that boy.
Untrainable, I believe, guys.
Yeah, we're just kidding, Jakey. We're just kidding.
Until some good lady comes and harnesses him, and he will be meek and mild.
You know, I think Jake would be a good catch for a man or a woman. I mean, he's a good-looking boy.
50,000 to play. 50.
Right, action round to Manish. He folds.
25,000 more.
Action on Steve with the king 8 in the small blinds, blind on blind.
25.
And he's going to put pressure, he's going to raise it.
Up to 125.
Let's see what Manish has to fight back with. Not much. Manish will also know what Steve's up to.
He'll fold this.
Yeah, it's a fold or a playback. It's never a flat.
Go. So,
So only a few more minutes left on this level, guys. 7 of them, according to Gary.
So Manish under the gun with 1.7 million.
50,000 to play.
Jay checking in with the clacker there.
Fold. All in.
We've got an all in here from Roshan.
From the cutoff, 9-8.
He's going to get looked up here.
Yeah, there it goes, call.
Okay, fold.
Melvin's out the way, so
Okay, let's see.
Manisha's got it in good, yeah. He's got to dodge a few.
Manish just covers Roshan, so Roshan definitely the player at risk, and obviously the player behind is dominated at this time. He needs to see some spades, some clubs, some spades, no clubs, or an 8 or a 9. That's basically where it gets to at this moment in time. Here comes the flop. Jack 10
look at that
is-
flop though. Oh my word. A
Jack-
lot now. Queens or 7s.
Queen.
Sure, and Manish survives.
And he will eliminate Roshan Munn.
What a flop, Gary.
And we're down to 11.
What a flop. Flopped up and down.
Yeah, I saw.
Wow.
So Roshan will be out in 11th, 12th place. Well done, young sir. You were valiantly fighting all day. And the payout for 11th place, I believe, is 45,000 South African rands. Not a bad day at the office. Depends how many bullets you fired, of course. If you fired 3 bullets, then, you know, busware home, but I don't know. So we're down to 11 players here. We're going to play down to 9 eventually and then do a redraw, as I've alluded to. But we will be taking a 15-minute break in around about 5 minutes. And Manish should be a happy bunny. He's spun it up now, so we're happy to have some chips to fight with.
Yeah, and he's approaching what he bagged overnight.
And Roshan picked the wrong moment to get it all in with Manish after him with a very strong hand, short-handed. So well done to him, and unlucky to Roshan. Played an excellent game. I watched him on the outer tables yesterday. He was, I think, near chip leader for a period of time. But that's the nature of the beast. And great to see you up here supporting the tournaments with the rest of the guys. And no doubt we'll see you again very, very, very soon. Okay, back to the action here. This is hand number 91 of the day. Naeem Lum raises it up under the gun. So those of you who know Lum, he won't be doing that unless he's actually got a belter of a hand. He's not the type to try and steal from long range.
Manish hasn't put those cards in the box, so we can't see them. Folds. Melvin, nothing. Manish, nothing.
Fold.
Good lump show there.
He did, but we didn't see.
We played hard satellites. We had to be on the final table. We worked hard, you know.
So the final table is drawing ever closer, Gary. I'm getting very excited.
Jay is putting his bag around his shoulder and leaving. Well, he's put his bag around his shoulder, but that could mean because we're going on break.
Yeah, I think he's gearing up for the break, not that he's eliminated. It almost looked like he'd been eliminated in the way he stood up.
Mark Joseph is hovering with a microphone down there, so we'll maybe hear an announcement shortly.
Guys, in the main event, at the end of this level, we're going to have a 15-minute break. We're also going to chip out the majority of the 5,000 chips. We'll be putting a new orange chipping play. It's 100,000 chips. Will be played after the break.
So we've got about a minute to go, and
Raise up to 2.
Mark just told you there we'll be taking out a lot of the purple chips, the 5,000s, and they'll be introducing the orange 100,000 chip. It just speeds up the game, makes it a little bit easier to manage, and gives the players a bit more room in front of them. So that's the rationale for that.
So Manish will be under the gun, and they were feeling a lot more comfortable. He was grinding that short stack for a long time here on this feature table. Now back up to 1.3 million chips.
So this will be the last hand of the level, and then we'll go on a 15-minute break. Manish will not operate from that early position. They'll go in the muck, round to Melvin. 10-5, they should also go in the muck.
Manish has already stood up, so his hand is... Yeah, he's given it up already.
Well, actually folding out a turn by doing that, so we wouldn't encourage that.
Thank you.
Lum with 8 in the small blind to Melvin's raise.
Yeah, no, Melvin was raising light there, given that we were going on break.
And that a player had already stood up. And Melvin's very aware of those things. Taking his time, yeah.
Well, all options available to Lum here. If he thinks Melvin's raising light.
Here comes the 3-bet. It's quite a significant one. Still Steve Courtney behind. And he's looking interested.
555.
Out of the way now. He had a rag ace.
Back round to Melvin.
Okay.
And Melvin's already given it up.
Okay, so Melvin folds, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Don't go too far.
Welcome back to the lovely Times Square and Casino on Main, the beautiful Maslow Hotel. This is the Sunbet Poker Tour, brought to you by Sunbet, Sun International, and hosted by Monster Jam Poker. Visuals courtesy of Cardstream. This is day 3 of the main event, the Blue Ribbon event, the big 5 million rand guaranteed, which was blown out the water. 6.3 million on offer. We're down to the nitty gritty. We have 2 tables left. We are very close to the final table, 11 players in. And we are playing down for that big first prize of 2 million, 1 million for second, and the prize money goes down from there. So a raise here by Manish with the pocket 10s in the cutoff.
100,000. Call.
It's called after Melvin limped in with a jack 10. We go 2-way to the flop. Oh, there's the jack, and there's only 1 out available to Manish now. Melvin checks to induce the bet behind.
It is 120.
There's the bet.
122. All in.
All in.
Count.
Manish wants a count. Now it's whether Manish puts Melvin on that jack or whether he puts him on a flush draw. Melvin limped and then called his raise, and he's jammed the flop straight away.
No, you have to put that there.
After a Manish bet. So he check raised all in, which is always a strong move. At worst, he's got a flush draw here.
All in.
Manish gonna work it out. He's played very well to get here after a long absence from the big stage. A big decision for Manish. Just trying to replay the hand in his mind, work out what he has to do here. So we're just giving him some time. This is a big decision.
Yep.
He's behind the line, it's not in play.
I think that was the bet that he put in the 120, and Melvin saying, whoa, 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 that's the 120 bet before I check raised. That can't be counted back into his stack. He must leave that there.
fold.
He folds, pocket tens. Shows the tens.
So the chip counts for the 11 players that are currently left in. J-Bomb, 560,000. Stephen Courtney, 650,000. Melvin Chetty, 905,000. Manish Singh, 1,345,000. Leonard Wilkin, 1,640,000. Manesh Keshav, 1,665,000. Imran Bajani, 1,675,000. Nathan Lum, 2,420,000. There's Govri, 2,455,000. Shu, 3,300,000. Ed Pestol, chip leader, 3,600,000.
Sure.
Sure, I was doing a Jacob Zuma there for a moment.
10, 20, 40 million.
There we go. Anyhow, we got it out there.
That's 50. For the ANC.
11 players
2,000
left.
to play.
We will break either in 2 hours,
Yeah.
once we've played 2 more levels, or
50,000
when we are down to 9 players, when we will redraw 4 seats and 9 places at the feature table.
50,000 to play.
So Shu and Edward sitting on big stacks out there, Gary.
Yeah.
60,000 more to play.
Stephen Courtney with the Queen's Razors.
Melvin with the Jacks and Steve with the Queens. This is going to be a cooler.
Here's action, yeah. And Melvin had just chipped up a bit from Manesh.
So it's a call.
Re-raise.
Oh, re-raise.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
the orange
re-raised.
chips.
Yeah, the orange chips in behind. Fool us now.
All in.
All in,
And a
call.
There's the cooler.
There's the cry from Melvin as he sees the Queens.
Spades working for the Jacks. No Jack, no Queens. 2 clubs in play. Clubs no good for the Jacks.
Jacks
and Jack only.
Stephen gets a big double up. Takes a chunk out of Melvin.
Melvin will be down to 655,000.
5, 620.
There's Lum on top.
622.
40 bigs. And Melvin down to 10 bigs now. There's geo-railing Des. Des got quite a big support there on the rail as well. It's Des and the rest of the Krugersdorp crew's fault that Geo plays poker. He was a young 18-year-old. He was the designated driver. He used to take them round to games. And they got him into the game.
60,000 to play. 60,000 to play. 30,000 more to play.
Melvin Queen deuce off, small blind.
Check or raise.
It's blind on blind here.
Stevenson, can please put your cards inside the box? Thank you.
Top 10, 10, 3. No
Check
help
bet.
for Melbourne.
Check. Check.
There's the
Bet.
queen for Melbourne now.
Check. Check.
Come on, check, check. Jack.
Check a bet. Bet is 150,000. 150,000.
Betting his queen now. Nothing for Manish. So Stephen Courtney under the gun.
$60,000 to play.
King 5 off suit.
Oh,
He folds,
60,000 to
round to
play.
Manish. Queen Jack in the cutoff. We are 5-handed. So he will raise that.
Raise to 120. Raise to 120.
Melbourne Jack 8 on the button, folds.
120,000 to play.
Small blind of Manish gets out the way with a 9-7 suited. And Naeem is a quick folder and Manish will get that through.
Big line, sir.
So, and 98 of the day. King Jack for Manish. Up to 1.3 million after being right down into the 9 big blind area.
Oh,
Folds them
Is it
from
down
early
to play?
position. Melbourne will play that from the cutoff.
raise to 120,000.
Manish out the way. Lum's a quick folder. Round to Stephen Courtney.
Up to 120. 60,000 more to play.
The min click.
Call.
Stephen makes the call. Deuce, deuce, ace.
Check up pets. Check. Check up pets.
Melbourne
Bet is
continues.
100,000. 100,000 to call.
That's a raise that he's carving out.
Raise to 220,000.
And Melvin folds it, snap fold.
So we're in a bit of a mini bubble here for the money. I think 11th place pays 45,000, and then we get into the top 10, and then there's a jump of about 15k up to 60 grand, and then 85 grand, 110, 175, 250,000, 300,000, 400,000, 700,000, of course, then 1 million and 2 million. So this is where we get out of the smaller amounts, and it's all relative, I suppose, but we'll move up to 60,000 when we get to 10 people, and then once we go to final table, everybody will be guaranteed 85,000 rand.
Yeah, then the money starts climbing exponentially.
Melvin with pocket fours, he might put this in with his stack size.
Exactly right, Gary.
All in.
So anybody got something to fight him with?
All in. Oh.
Quickly folded, and his fours will get it through.
Okay, we have reached that moment. 100 hands for the day. It is 100 hands, and we have 11 people left in the final event. The main event, should I say, with the 5 million guarantee prize pool.
And that 3K One Life looked quite busy, guys. I saw about 6 tables out there.
60,000 to play.
To all the degenerates who just don't want to go home.
And some of those like Duppy that came across today because they haven't had a chance to play during the week and that.
Lots of different faces, people who've booked in for the week and just want to play some last bit of poker. Of course, Rudy is there. Cole Marburg's come up today, have a little punt as well, pick up some equipment and drop off a vehicle for us.
140,000.
So it's good of him. Of course, Cole's family or parents live in Pretoria, so nice to come and visit them on a Sunday as well, I'm sure. Other notables, JP's playing, Henny's playing. So Rudy's playing, Doc's playing. Martin Maroon is also playing. And Rushan Munn, who left here, is also playing over there now.
Straight into there, guys.
I did tell him he was a sick man.
Well, that's really he's pulling a Rudy there.
Yeah, well, I don't think he wants to hang around to go back down south again without doing something. So
we are a degenerate bunch sometimes when it comes to poker.
60,000 to play.
So Naeem under the gun folds.
60,000 to play.
Even Courtney folds.
60,000 to play.
Manish now.
pocket sixes for Manish.
He's made himself comfortable between the two boxes and sometimes forgets to put them in the box there.
More.
That was a shove-in hand for Melvin, but it looks like, oh yeah, there we go.
Still going to shove it.
So the flat call from Manish has induced an all-in from Melvin. Melvin's got 2 overs to the pocket sixes. We're still getting some numbers here, but basically it's half of Manish's stack.
585.
In round numbers.
585,000.
I mean, the question is, are my sixes good here, or do I want to pick a better spot? I know what I would do, but this Manish's baby. There's the pained face. He'll fold.
Yeah, you don't want to flip for 500,000 chips. And you'll rue the fact that he didn't raise first, because that may have shut down that action. So Stephen Courtney under the gun, 7-2 suited. That's a quick fold. Manish as well, 8-4 off. We won't procrastinate long with that.
60,000.
Round to Melvin on the button. He's already folded. So blind on blind, and Manish gives Lum a walk. And Lum had 7-4, and he actually had Manish dominated. He folded 4 deuce. So once again, Mr. Shu, as you said, Stelio says one of the most underrated players. Here he is, down in the last 11, having pocketed the Grand Slam already, run deep in others. And he's here at the forefront again, Gary. Top leader.
Make no mistake, he's here to win this.
Keep me blind, sir. 60,000, 60,000. 60,000 to play.
Manish is out the way. Alvin King 8 in the cutoff. You will raise.
60,000.
Manish has ace 9, the button. Bang, it goes in.
Fold. All in. Fold. Fold.
And Manish will take that one down. So Melvin will be under the gun. There's a shot of Anant looking on. Friends with Melvin and with Manish. He's chatting with Manish outside. As it will catch up with him.
$60,000 to play.
Pocket sevens for Melvin.
Shoving hand.
All in.
All in it goes.
Oh. All in.
Steve Courtney, Queen Jack. Folds. And he has to get past Manish, and he does so. I'm almost going in motor mode here in the back. It's been a long 10 days and late night last night. So doubt we'll have to stand up and jump around and do some calisthenics or something in the back here to wake up. King Jack of Spades for Manish.
You bet this for sure.
He's
All in.
saying it's that time where you're going to be moving in, taking the blinds. There's plenty of offer in the middle there.
All in.
150k.
Well, he's shoving $1 million odds, so he's not getting called unless there's aces or kings out there.
And that's what he's counting on. Stephen, they look pretty, but you can't call basically a tournament live
145,000.
with 10-9 suited.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3. No, 800. 9.
1295. 1,295,000.
And 95, yes, sorry. 1,295,000. I'm sorry about
Fold.
that, sir.
Manish folds.
Because you give the wrong amount and if he announces call, then his call stands.
Yes, sir.
You need to get it right.
My mistake, I'm sorry about that.
So, Manish just said the dealer, if you count the money wrong and he calls, his call stands.
Yes.
That is correct. But what Manish must understand also, it is not the dealer's responsibility to count the money. It is his responsibility, not the dealer's. You can ask the dealer to assist you, but at the end of the day, he can tell you there's 500 million there. It doesn't matter. It is the player's responsibility to ask the other player and to ask him to count it. The dealer cannot be held accountable, like when they accidentally fold your cards or they give you incorrect information. Poker's the responsibility of the poker player is to know what's going on at all times.
60,000 to play.
Action on Naeem.
Raise to 200,000. Oh. 200,000 to play.
And Lum will take on that end.
Normally after ace jack, the next hand you get aces in the big jack. I don't know. Let's see which one. Let's see which one. See after ace jack is aces.
Sorry. Big man.
Let's see. Somebody will get aces.
Check and tell us quickly.
Let's see
Then
if
we
it
know.
works.
First check.
60,000 to play.
Check and tell us first. Then we know.
60,000 to play.
Action on Manish. Jack 3 suited. Folds.
Wow.
Melvin
60,000
folds the
to
button. Blind on blind.
80 more.
Wow.
Not even a mediocre hand that I can
I
say.
saw the first one. Let's see the next one. I saw the first one. I saw the first one.
And that's the second walk in a row that Lum has got in the big blind. Always most welcome.
$60,000 to play.
Queen 8 suited for Manish. Folds.
60,000 to play. Fold.
Melvin folds.
Oh,
Manish
50,000
folds
to
from
play.
the button.
Raise.
280 and I show.
280,000.
So the raise is announced. And Lum says, I'll show you. He's got pocket threes. He raises small blind into the big blind and he takes down the hand. So it's a little bit of sparring going on at the moment. Nobody wanting to make a big mistake. You've played long, hard poker to get here. You've got through day ones. You've got through the hard day two. You're now in day three. You've got your opportunity to play for that huge prize up at the top there. So everybody being a little bit cagey at this point, not wanting to make a mistake. Gary just showing Naeem where to put the cards.
60,000 to play. Call. 60,000 to play.
Melbourne just limps in here with ace four.
Fold.
Manish folds. Naeem is folded. Run to Steve Courtney. He's got another rag ace. He completes. Action is now on Manish.
Check.
Checks his option. So the three for Stephen Courtney goes ahead.
Check a bet.
Manish thinking, he checks.
Check a bet.
Thought he was going to rip those, that those are big blind cards and bet.
Bet is
Melbourne
60,000.
takes a stab at it now with the ace four. Stephen Courtney is going to call with his, he's going to raise. Taking the aggressive line, the check raise. There he's doing it with bottom pair.
Raise 150,000.
That'll get Manish out the way.
Fold. Total 150,000.
Round to Melbourne. And he folds.
Big pickup for Steve there.
Yeah, and he's been doing a lot of this check raising out of the blinds in particular. There's the outer table. We can still see Imran sitting there. Mr. Shu, Edward Pastol, Ray Baum still there. Leonard still there. The only one that's hidden from view was where Des Godfrey was sitting. Not sitting there right now, so I don't know if he's just away from the table. Des had over 2 million chips when you went out and counted.
$60,000 to play. Fold.
Manish folds.
60,000 to
Round
play.
to Naeem, he's out the
Fold.
way.
60,000 more.
Stephen Courtney's folded quickly.
Raise.
The raise announced from the small blind.
230,000
Manish.
total. 230,000. 170 more to play. Fold.
Melbourne's a quick folder. So as I said, Gary, they're just sparring around at the moment. I mean, nobody wants to come this far and fall short of getting to that feature table, their final table, and a shot at that big prize at the top.
Just waiting for a cooler.
60,000 to play. Oh. 60,000. Oh.
Name folds. Stephen Courtney folds. Manish now, ace 5 on the button.
Raise 120.
Raises to 120,000. Melbourne considering with the king 9.
He hasn't got enough chips to be splashing around. He needs to shove it in. That's a big portion of his chips.
Call.
Called.
60,000 more to play.
And they're going to get the good news.
120,000 total.
And here comes the playback from the big blind. And he moves it all in. And I don't think either of the players are going to be calling him.
There's no call here. It's a fold, Mr. Manish. It's all your chips for ace 5 and your tournament life.
Even if you think he's making a play at you, you don't want to risk it all with ace 5.
He's got no moves. He's got none. The money's in. He has no move.
That's what I'm saying. Even if he thinks Manish is making the other Manish is making a move, can't call it off with ace 5.
Oh.
You're not strong enough. Melvin now deciding whether he wants to gamble. That's what he's saying.
You're lucky against me.
Maybe you get lucky again, Manish.
Two cards, it should be calling. One more rotation, I'll take it.
Oh.
Should be calling only two cards. That is too much. I got it over. Too much value. Queen, should queen. Take one more rotation.
Yeah, the lesson was there, Gary said you shouldn't be calling that portion of your stack off with king 9 in the blinds.
That's exactly the mistake he made. And it was a mistake.
No criticism, just an observation by us. They say there's an all-in at the outer table. They're all interested. They're standing up looking.
Hey, good fold. Let it up.
We can get a shot.
Let it up.
We are trying. Yep, looks like we've got to walk away down there. We see if we can.
That is Leonard. That
Leonard Wilkin will be our 10th or 11th place finisher, I believe.
60,000 to play.
He had a huge stack when I was down there earlier.
Yeah, it has gone, but there were big stacks on his table. Shu and Edward Pastel.
60,000 to play.
So, yeah, they have butted heads, and he has found his way to the rail. Good performance by him.
All in.
All in is the cry. And Melvin with his raggedy ace.
Just has to get through Lum. Lum with the same hand. Ask the count. Lum has over 2 million chips.
It's 185. How much? 285. 225. More.
I'm only calling because I'm in front with the ace.
Call.
And they both have the same hand. So the only thing that can happen here is we end up with a flush with 4 diamonds or a flush with 4 hearts. Or a flush with 4 spades, I suppose.
This one.
Yeah, come on, all spades. Oh, come on. Black card, black card.
It's hot, yeah.
Okay.
And that'll chop it up.
Everybody loves the chop pots.
So this is
There's the board at the back, says players in 10.
just give me 5. Yeah.
So one more bust out to the final table. Every player now guaranteed 60,000 South African rands.
That must mean Des is still in down there. He just was absent from his seat for a moment. We'll see when we flash out to the outer side. Well, if he was out, we would already be down to 9. So he's most definitely still in.
To play.
Okay, Manish is going to fold this, obviously.
And nothing for him under the gun.
60,000 to play.
On to Melvin. King 8 suited, that's going in.
All in.
Oh,
And there we go. He'll isolate, it'll all go in.
All in.
Melvin knows he's in trouble. So all in and call. Melvin needs to get lucky, yeah.
And needs to find a king or spades.
We have an all in and a call on the feature table. We have queens versus king 8. The king 8 at risk. The flop comes 2, 3, 5, 2 clubs running, nothing for the queens. And now only a king.
And we will leave Melvin and Chetty.
Well played, Noel. Let's give you a nice round of applause.
Down to final table, Gary.
We are indeed. Let me make an announcement.
Just hold it. Okay, that was quick. From nowhere to the final table. That's amazing. Well done, guys. Okay, so players on the final table, let's just give them all a nice round of applause.
We've got a final table. We're going to take a break while we set up for our final table. We'll be back to you with the runners and riders and the seat positions and chip counts in a little while. Stay tuned.